Good morning, traders. Welcome back from, of course, our Thanksgiving holidays, and it's time to get back in the shoes and try to make some money because spent a lot of money on that turkey. Got to make that turkey money back. So let's get right towards that market. Hit the thumbs up. You guys know where you're at. Benzinga Live Trading. Let's get it started.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. It's Vegas lore, that phrase.
Good morning, traders. Let's go ahead. Let's get it started. Let's bring my man Zunaid's ready in the house. Let's get it going here. We're going to take a look at the market action. And what did you do throughout the weekend, man? You enjoyed it?
Yeah, it was fun, man. Much needed time off and obviously just hanging out with the family. Football was great. Soccer, World Cup, all of that. So it was a fun time, man. Now we get back on the grind.
Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. Definitely looks like somebody needs the discount to the pro. I think you still got it up here. Looks like the time is out, but they haven't taken it down. So
yeah, here I'll put up the new link here in a sec.
Yeah, if they haven't taken it down, that means you can get it. Don't worry about it. Make it happen. Call me if anything, because they slept on taking it down from the website. But
yeah, and there's the Twitter link. If you guys would help us out, retweet it, engage with it. It's got the promo codes in there for Cyber Monday and all of that other good stuff as well. Make us look good. We'd appreciate it.
All right. Well, definitely, guys, get your pro while you can. And let's get towards the market. We'll take a look at some stock action out there. A lot going on. If you guys got stocks that you guys are taking a look at, throw it up in the chat. That's what it's all about. We'll take a look at some catalysts that are moving some stocks. And, of course, we'll get into some trading action. Lloyd Ryan is going to be probably out for today. I just want to let you guys know before you guys bombard Zunaid about it. But the big reason is why? Because he's helping you guys out there, the Benzinga Pro users. So right now there's a lot of new pro users. It was one of our best weekends ever for Black Friday. So check it out, team. There's a reason why everyone's up on pro. And there's a reason why Ryan's not here, because he's helping those pro users get towards their best ability. And I can't blame him for that, because at the end of the day, that's what we're here for, supporting Benzinga Pro, hopefully getting you guys to understand that there's a great platform that's available for you to have everything that you need, from catalysts to insiders to calendars to economic reports. What else do you need, right? It's all right there on Benzinga Pro, so check it out today. Let's get towards the trading action. Let's take a look at what Zunaid is looking at today, and then I'll go ahead and go through some of the stocks that I'm checking out. Of course, there's a lot of news, so if there's anything that caught your attention and you want to know why it's moving, let us know. That's one thing that I want to bring for you guys and make sure that we're doing. So at any point in time, if there's any company that you want to know more about, I'll do my research with Benzinga Pro and let you know why I see it moving. All right, going to Zunaid now, and we'll take a look at what he's taking a look.
All right, appreciate it, man. So we're going to start off with the futures here. Last night, before I went to bed, I put on a trade. I went long here around the 4,000s. So 40.0175 is where I went long, just 3 micro contracts, and then sold them at around 40.0625. And then obviously it went a little bit higher than that. Then it came right back down. And so now, though, we are short just one contract because my stop loss is a little further out than I'd like. And I was waiting to see what this trend line break would do for us. And of course, with the market starting in about 15 minutes, I just wanted to get my quick fix in the morning on the future side of things. If this 5-minute candle here, yeah, it'll probably close right above. In about 15 seconds, closes above 4,000 and above this trend line. I probably will just close it for a quick little $10 loss. I'll keep stalling and calling and just waiting to see what happens here in 4 seconds, so I can go ahead and close this trade out and move on with my life. All right, cool. Then we just move on with our life. Cool. So I take a quick loss there of a few points. Let's go ahead and check out, let's see, Apple. Nice little gap down from the 147 area. Looks like could possibly come back to test it. And if it does, I do expect it to face a little bit of rejection. So I'm going to come over here. I got to switch accounts. Yep, there we go. And of course, for those of you just joining us, I trade with TradeStation and E-Trade, but mainly TradeStation in terms of equity. and it's connected through TradingView right over here. So just a heads up on that. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and say we want to short 200 shares. Stop loss for us. Let's just say 100. Take profit 100. Whatever. Not market limit. Let's see, 146.86. We'll do 100 there. And then if it comes back a little higher than that, we'll take another 100 short. And then we'll fix up the limits and all that later. But for me, I'm going to give it about 55 cents, right? So if it gets to about 157, 55, I'll go ahead and get out. Kind of a similar story here. In terms of take profit, we'll give it about 45 cents there, and then we'll wait to see if we can get a flush down to about the 146.22s. Again, most likely a lot of this I'll go ahead and adjust if we go ahead and see a little bit of movement that I like or don't like. But that's what I've got on Apple there, simply because if you go ahead and look left, you've got a couple of support areas here, and I'm going to have to sneeze here in a minute. Nope, maybe not. Support areas that I expect to possibly turn into resistance, and that's the reason that I want to take that trade. Coming back over here, let me go ahead and remove these. All right. Coming back over here to Tesla. Tesla could not go ahead and get over that 185 cleanly on last session that we had, and then it just kept coming down here. You've got clear support right here. You had clear support around that 180.62, that 180 level. And we'll see what happens if it wants to go ahead and test it again. You can see this support area here. If I just go ahead and draw a little line, had kind of turned into resistance pre-market. So is that going to hold? Is it not going to hold? I don't know. It's not the cleanest one to me. I do expect that 180 to 181 range to be resistance, but it's not as fun for me to play that as the Apple one is. So I'd rather go ahead and play that one over Tesla, but that's the level that I see over there. If we go ahead and crack 178 though, we can go ahead and revisit 175, and then I expect 175 to be resistance, whether we get there today or tomorrow. Yeah, it looks like maybe I should have stayed short because it's coming right back down there, but regardless on futures, let's come back to AMD over here. AMD, the 75, it kind of poked below, but it came right back up and held on to it as support. So now we kind of are down, right? Everything's obviously gapping down with the China COVID fears and factory fears and this, that, the other. And then we can come back. If you like AMD, I think that $75 level is where you want to play it. So maybe if you're short, interested in that, 75, maybe 50 cent stop loss, give or take. And then if you're looking to go long, wait for that 75 break in the retest, and that's where you can go long with a 50 cent stop loss there. Let's go ahead and check out. I don't know what this is there for. Checking out some Nvidia here. You can see the 162 held as support, poked below, but reclaimed very fast, held as support, held as support. So that 162 area is where you can go ahead and have the same type of play, where it's like if you're looking to go short, maybe trace it off of 162. And if you want to go long, wait for the break and the retest, and that's where you can go ahead and go long. $95 is where I'd be interested in Amazon, but clearly this 94, what is this, 94.50? Yeah, 94.50 has been a tough one. But it's been a little bit of an uptrend, obviously, because the market's been kind of nice and trendy to the upside. We'll see how this one wants to go ahead and break, but I'm not really too interested in this one unless it can get to about the $100 area. That's where I really would want to play it. And speaking of which, Google, I'd be interested in shorting this one if it ever does get to 100 again. We're about $3 away, so I don't think that'll be today. But 99, 100, that's kind of an area where you can go ahead and try to play off of that one. And definitely should have stayed short on the futures as that's coming down here. Ugh, that's on me. But I try to have a little bit of a better stop loss. But you know what? Now I the degenerate in me needs to just get my fix in. You know what I'm saying, chat? We'll just go quick low short. We'll risk about $20 and see if we can make a quick $20 if we can. Cool. If not, it's okay. We'll be all right. Let's go ahead and check out Netflix here. Netflix, this 289.90, 289.50 level was rejection, was resistance. You can see obviously it's poked below, but in the past, so it's held as a fine line. Don't really see anything I like here on Netflix besides this 278 level. So if Netflix wants to come back down to around the 278 area, that could go ahead and be of interest to me, but mostly don't really care about it. Coinbase, let's go ahead and clear this one out. Coinbase has always been tricky. Like I've been right on Coinbase, but I've just been off by hours or maybe a day or so. Like I loved shorting this one off of 50. You can see that beautiful rejection off of 50 right over there on the 17th, which was pretty much last week or about 11 days ago. But on this one, if it goes ahead and cracks 40, that's where things really get interested. And why am I being bombarded with emails? If it goes ahead and cracks 40, that's where things really get interesting to me on Coinbase here. Ticker is COIN. But till then, no real action for me. I'm going to go ahead and set an alert right there. And that way we can go ahead and get our fire alarms in. Best Buy, I played this one because there were options coming in. They had earnings. I don't really care for it anymore. If you're looking to play it, $78 or so is where you can try to go ahead and play this one. You can tell from the action that I was drawing out how it was kind of consolidating when it finally popped up. It had support right around this 78.50. Then it held again, but then the $78 was a true support level that it held, and it just continued its move to the upside. I want to quickly take a look at Nvidia. I know I did go over it, but I believe there was a reason I wanted to go over it here. Let me see. I think I was drawing something out on this one. Give me a second to see what it may have been. I think it was just talking about how the support turned into, or how the resistance turned into support. This is a couple of days ago on Tuesday. We had Nvidia kind of, I remember we were trying to get it off of the 150. I'll check out Snow and I'll check out Unity here in a second. We wanted to grab it off of 150 and never gave us that chance. But then you had resistance around this 155. And then it finally poked above, retested it, right? And then it held us support. So resistance turned into support. And then we continued marching our way to the upside on this one. And then, of course, same kind of story here where you had the 157, where it is resistance, popped up, based, held a support, continued its momentum to the upside, came back, couldn't break that 157 again, and then continued making higher highs. So just wanted to kind of point out that, you know, this is a clean chart. There's no indicators. There's no nothing. And I'm trying not to have too many indicators and just have a solid area of how to play these things. But just wanted to kind of point that out. On Snow, let's go ahead and check Snow out. I'm going to go on a higher time frame because clearly the 5 minute shows like it's a penny stock. Maybe even this one does. But that 150 area, I would expect it to be a little bit of resistance on this one. But besides that, man, I don't know if I honestly have a good read for you, pal. Obviously on a downtrend at the moment. Yeah, I'm not sure I have anything for you. Let's check out the daily. If you're seeing anything and you want confirmation bias, let me know. But man, it's not choppy in the sense of like consolidation choppy, but it's like gapping up, gap down, this, that, the other. I mean, let's go ahead and turn on our, where are the gaps? So you've got a gap here. If it goes ahead, yeah, but you see you have that painted a little bit right over there. So I'm not even sure. That 150 area is all I can really think of. Besides that, I don't really have anything unless this trend line. You want to draw a trend line here. It's not the cleanest of them, but if you want to draw this trend line, and then if it breaks this one, especially if it breaks this, and especially if it breaks like 150, obviously in the movement of doing so, right? Depends on how it like consolidates here. But if it goes ahead and breaks 150, that's your first level to go ahead and get it with a stop loss below 150. And then this trend line would be another one. But that's all I've got. Keep in mind, though, they do report earnings in about 10 days. So please do keep that in mind if you're going to try to play this one. But apologies, I don't really have much for you on Snow. Taking a look at Unity here. Excuse me. Let's see. So you had a little bit of consolidation right around here on the daily, right? So this was kind of consolidation to me. And then obviously popped up, gave you about 10 points or so, and then it came right back down. Looking again, it held a support there. Now you're kind of in that same bubble where you're kind of waiting. So if it goes ahead and cracks 30s, you can go ahead and try to play this to the short side. But let's go ahead and check out the 15-minute to see what the action's been like here. Let's go here. Let's go do this. Session breaks, regular trading session only. And then let's turn off gaps. Don't really see much there. So you've got resistance right around this area here. So the 36.73 area. If it can go ahead and clear this, maybe you make a revisit to the 40s, on this one. But if it breaks 32, maybe possible downside to visit 30s. But unfortunately, I apologize. I don't really trade this ticker, and it kind of moves a bit weird that I'm not used to. So I don't have the best read for that one. Let's go ahead and check out our futures trade real quick. Looks like it's at break even. Coming back here on the 5-minute. Maybe it's going to come back and test this trend line and then possibly come right back down to the downside. Again, it's a quick little $20 trade for us. We will see how things go. PayPal. Boy, has that. Just look at that barcoding there. Just, I mean, within, what is that, a 30-cent range? Wow. Break of 81 to the upside. I like it. To visit 82s and then some. To the downside, 79. So kind of like that. So it's just pretty much this range right over here. Nothing too spectacular that I'm talking about on PayPal, right? So you can see it's consolidating between those $2. And if it breaks one way or another on the 15-minute, on the 5-minute, depending on how risky you want to take it, you can possibly play to the upside. But I think I'm short bias for the market itself, but I'm not going to try to reflect that in my trading. But I am, short in my mindset. Here's obviously BABA. Pre-market, it's breaking these to the downside here. If it goes ahead and cracks, well, it's already cracked 75. But if it doesn't hold 74, maybe we revisit 72s on BABA. So this is actually interesting. And NEO, if NEO doesn't hold $10, it's obviously 5 cents below at the moment. But if NEO doesn't hold $10, this could be a nice play to the downside for about 30 cents or so. What do you think about 5? I actually was right next to a 5 below just the other day. Wait, is it not 5? Did I type in something wrong? Oh, there it is. That was weird. Yeah, it's just all over the place. It's like scattered paint, and someone artist is trying to sell it to me for $2,000 or so. Why do you have a bet? You're on mute.
What's up?
What's up? Why do you have a bet?
Ready to knock it out the park. Let's go.
You got a stock you're trying to knock it out the park with? You want to go over?
Let's go. Let's go. No, I got a new bat. I wanted to show it off,
I like it.
Nice little new bat. Ooh, nice little wood bat. Look at that.
Nice. Yeah, it looks clean. I like the navy blue on it. We can't see the gold.
Come on. Get the focus right. Ooh, look at that bamboo.
Nice.
With the maple on it.
That is nice.
Yeah, it's a nice little. It's a composite. So just trying to get back into the work. Trying to put something to work.
So is that like I'm gonna leave it on my wall type thing, or are you gonna go to batting cages with it?
This one's gonna be for the cages. I'm gonna get a nice gamer bat like Mike Trout, but I'm joining like an adult league. I haven't played in years, so I need to get back into it.
No, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun for you.
Oh yeah, got to get back into the sports. Can't give it up, man. Can't give it up. I'm not into golf yet, guys. When you guys see me get into golf, that's when I'm starting to give up. But we'll see. We'll see about that one. Let's get.
I didn't realize we were here. So on the SPY,
what do you got on the SPY?
Yeah, so 399 is where it's at. If it comes back to test 400, that's obviously where things can get interesting. Look at that. The 403 just did not break for the past few days. I mean, you could have kind of played this one short. I did at some times and some points, but now I expect this one to possibly go ahead and test 400, and then we can maybe grab some puts. Speaking of which, I need to log into my E-Trade. Oh, I just got a next stream from looking to the right the whole time. I'm getting old. But yeah, it's kind of pretty much what I've got. What do you play? What position do you play, buddy?
Center field, baby. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today.
Softball's where you're at? Yeah. I like softball.
Yeah, I'll get into softball a little bit later in my years. That's when I'm in the 40s. I'm still looking good in the 30s. I'm ready. To play with those 18-year-olds.
I played softball a few years ago, so thank you for calling me 40. I appreciate it.
No worries. It's all good. We all get to 40 eventually, right?
Ooh. Some earlier than others. Here we go, y'all.
Shop is my top watch here. Shop is going to be the one that I'll be watching here out the gates. I do like this stock. I want to look for a pullback towards 38.50s. We already got a pullback there, so it could break through 39s right now. It's already getting a nice little lift here. Looking to get a little bit of an entry here, but it's a little too quick out the gates. I would have liked that pullback to been a minute before the open. It did it right at like right before the open versus at the open there. 38.50s was the pullback I was looking for. 39s, it's already up there to 39.20s. This is definitely my top watch right now. It's a shot. I'll look to see if I can get that pullback towards 38.50s. Maybe it traps some people here at 39s, but it doesn't look too bad on the day.
Yeah, and here's the market coming right back up. Let's pay attention to the 400 level.
Here. Already up there towards 39.30s there. It's already getting the lift there on Shopify had good numbers from Black Friday up there to 39.35, 39.38. We'll look to see if we get the pullback on that. But right now, it's looking like it already wants to lift. Might have missed that first pullback there right before the bell. One at 38.50s and went to 38.57. Now 38.39s. Would have been a hell of a trade already. So we'll see what happens there. Shop was a nice one. Spy getting a nice little lift. It was my top watch. I should have been looking to hit it out the park right out the gates there. Messed up there on the execution there. But, I mean, it didn't get to my level either. 38.50s was the level I wanted to get in. It's already there to 39.68s. What a move there in Shop. You guys heard me right before the bell there, but wasn't ready to execute on the trade there. So a little upset there on Shop. We'll look for some deeper pullbacks if we can get them or not. But
all right, we're going to try to be cute on the SPY. So we went ahead and went short, just a very small size. I'm looking at options on E-Trade right now as we speak. Give me a second. All right, I'm going to go short on the SPY via puts. I went ahead and bought the $3.99 puts expiring January 6th. Expiring January 6th on the SPY. My stop loss is going to be a crack of 450. I got filled at 10.11.
man, and what a move I missed there. Went to 39.90s, guys. Would have got already a point on Shop. Like 2.8% move right out the gates there. Would have been a really nice trade. It happens sometimes. Don't nail it out the gates. It did the move down where I was looking at it. About 7 cents from the level that I would have got in.
There it is.
SPY pushing here towards the 400 can have you seeing stocks like Amazon push here. So Amazon doesn't look too bad. It just got to push above kind of the resistance around 94.34. Now getting to push to its 94.50s. Apple's one that I would actually even look for maybe potentially a short here, as it's already getting hit, but it could come back towards 147s before it really starts fading off. Shop pulling back here towards the prior resistance, which is 39.30s. That could be an area to look for an entry there, but I would look for the pullback towards the VWAP at least, which is 39.13. We'll see if we get it or not. Just held that 39.30 level, 39.35s.
We're about 20 cents away from getting stopped out on SPY. As the market continues to rip. If you're trading the futures and if you're trying to get entry, 40.08 around VWAP could be a good risk reward for you. Keep in mind, we did have resistance around the 40.20.
Best Buy getting some lift. Of course, electronics did good in Black Friday. So you're seeing Best Buy try to push here. We'll see if we can continue getting the lift today.
Let's see what the Qs are doing. Obviously, they're continuing its march up.
JD pushing strong. PDD had earnings this morning. JD looked interesting. PDD is pulling back right now, but JD is making an up move. We'll see if that can continue. Of course, Chinese stocks are all over the place today, so just be careful on those. Etsy looks good with that lift in Shop, but not seeing the pullback to the VWAP there in Shop. Definitely was probably the best name to get into, at least in my eyes, today. Just missed it there out the gates there, team. So that's how it goes sometimes. Wasn't here early enough. Wasn't ready for a Shop on that pullback. Missed it right before the open at 9:30. It's at like 9:27 that it did that move. 9:29.
Let's see. Yeah, went ahead and got stopped out of my SPY. Let me go to my E-Trade. Sell these contracts at a loss. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. So I went ahead and entered the SPY shorts at 10.11. I went ahead and sold out of them at 9.80 and 9.82. So it took about a 30-cent loss on those. The next area, if you're short to me, would be right over here around 402.33. Man, it is hot. Give me a sec. If you're looking to go short SPY again, the only area that I see is possibly the 402.33 or possibly a break of VWAP down here.
Consumer cyclical doing strong right now. Resorts and casinos continuing. Of course, Win is one that I was actually looking for a short. Actually got close to the level that I was looking for a short. Going to look to continue to watch Win here for a short. I like it if it can come back towards 79. It's already dropping off the tape there.
I believe someone was talking about you, so I'll go ahead and talk about how there's some options coming in on Unity. The $36 calls expiring this week on Unity. And you should see Unity with a push. Yep, there is Unity with a push. Oh, shoot, I got to make sure I get something here. Okay. Yeah, I don't really see much that I want to go ahead and play.
Win coming down fast there, guys. I like that. Oil to the downside, I also like today. So I'll be looking for to play that. That doesn't look too bad. That's drip. Drip right now just bounced off the VWAP there. You got your opportunity for the VWAP bounce off 1226. So if you wanted to look at drip right now, you just got that opportunity, looking for the next step up there. Not looking too bad there. Shop, I'm still looking for a big pullback on it. Missed it today, but we'll look for pullbacks. We'll see what happens today. SPY up there towards 450. I think we could see a 945 turnaround to the bearish side. So just be careful.
Let us know if you see anything, chat.
Yeah, let us know what you guys see out there.
Why is Amazon running up? I don't know for sure, but I would assume, well, the market itself is down 0.5%. Amazon's up 2%. Possibly Black Friday news that may have come out.
Yeah. Black Friday was good there. So sure you've seen Amazon get a little lift on that. Now the question will be, will this SPY reverse, right? Because it was in the red, just bounced back. Now we'll look to see if it comes right back down. Or it's going to hold 400. It's an important level to watch. UNG strong this morning, a little bit bouncing back after getting hit in the after hours. We'll see what happens on that. I'm just keeping an eye on it. Nothing that I'm in right now. No trade so far. Shop was the one that I wanted this morning. Wasn't able to get it.
Oh, sweet. Give me a sec. I'll be right back, Mitch.
No worries. All right, let's keep battling. I'll see what else is going on out there. Any news I'm missing? Yeah, probably Black Friday sales. I don't think it's exactly towards Amazon, but that's why you're seeing Shopify. Shopify get the lift also. So Shopify pulled back there to 39.10s there. So not looking bad on that pullback. Let's see if we got towards the VWAP. We just pressed off the VWAP 39.30s. So this still looks good here on Shop. It's not a bad play there today. I just wanted the first pullback, so it's kind of hard to get into the 39s there. And I still got a chance to get 39s, never got into the name. So I'm still looking for big pullbacks on this. Still haven't gotten the pullback that I want to see, which is a pullback down there towards 39.03s. But we'll see if we get a pullback towards that level. Just needs to keep pulling back here towards the 39. I'll take a shot there if it gets back towards around 39.05. But we'll see if Shop gets towards those levels. All right, SPY overall just starting to reject the 400 area. Be careful there. Drip pulling back really quickly there. That doesn't look too bad. We'll see what happens on Drip. Is this an opportunity here off the 1220s for a move back towards 1240s? XOM balancing out there. Will it take the next leg down there? I think that's what you need to be thinking about if you're looking for the Drip play. Doesn't look too bad there for me to play up back towards 1240s on Drip. But I'm going to be patient here and wait for the SPY to kind of create this move. 945 is where I really do think we could see a turnaround in the SPY towards the red side. So just got to be careful there. Keeping an eye on Shop to see if I can get some pullback opportunities below the VWAP. We'll see what happens.
You got Target with a nice little move to the upside. I'm going to go ahead and buy 50 shares here and then go ahead and see if I can buy 50 more shares near VWAP on Target. Stop loss probably a crack of 164s.
Ooh, I like Disney here on this pullback. Doesn't look too bad.
Error this morning, things like that. Why did all Chinese stock reverse to green with all the China news? Here, let's go ahead and take a look. Yeah, we did go from red to green.
It's how it is in China right now. It's a lot of mixed signals that you're getting from the media. So when you're looking into China play, you really need to decipher what is noise between what is really going on underneath the hood. Starting to pull around.
COSM, not really familiar with this one. It's a penny stock. They're not my expertise. I'd be lying to you if I knew what to do with this one.
Canceling order on Shop. It's still hanging out on the VWAP. SPY would need to come back up there. SPY looks like it's turning around, so I'm not going to go for Shop, even though it looked good on the day off of the VWAP there. Could go off of it. I wanted earlier about a point lower, so it's really hard for me to go into it now, but it is holding the VWAP there. We'll see if it takes a move to 40. SPY turned around there around the 440s, so we'll see if the SPY starts really actually coming back here after 945 and really gets a turnaround. We'll see what happens there.
Pat, what do you mean?
Getting hit hard.
Pat, what do you mean by why are the options chain dead on Man U? Do you mean like there's not much trading, or like because I'm looking at a trade now? Yes, the spreads are ridiculous. I'll tell you that. But they're trading. They're active.
Oof, that win stock I wanted a short today. I talked about it in pre-market prep. Not getting it today though, but look at that. Would have been a nice little short there.
Small open interest.
This one looked like it was just setting up that bull trap open. It bull trapped right at the open, came right back down. Had a good plans today. Bad execution. Bad execution out the gates. Good ideas, short win, long shop. Just wasn't able to execute on it.
Pat, the $22 and the $25 strikes on Man U have open interest of 1,000 and 2,000. But again, the spreads are ridiculous. That I 100% can speak on.
I wouldn't touch Man U now. The only way I'd touch Man U now is probably on the short side, but that's just my outlook.
Yeah, on Man U, you can see if $20 wants to go ahead and hold. And obviously, if you're looking to go short, the closer to 23, the better. But in terms of support, $20 is where I'd try to play that one. And Neo, I mean, just a nice rip. Look at Neo. From $10 straight to the upside, this one goes. If you're looking to go short Neo, keep an eye on the 1074 area on Neo. Let's go back to the SPY as it's bouncing from VWAP.
Healthcare ripping today, guys. Healthcare ripping. Gilead, VRTX, some of the leader stocks. Definitely VRTX. Straight green bars on the 3-minute towards the upside. So if you're looking at the healthcare, you're seeing it jump. Well, there's your answer.
Let's see. Did anything happen on TBT? No, there's nothing there. Okay. All right, come on, Target. Kind of want to take an options play on Target, but I don't really have Here, we'll start off with a little mini size on target. Just a couple of contracts. I went ahead and bought the 170 calls expiring this week. I got filled at 110 and 111. I would like to get more, but it's not near VWAP. It's not closer to my risk reward. So it's just getting a little antsy here this morning.
Seeing some slowing down here in Apple. Thinking about getting short on Apple though, but I wanted to get one more push up here towards the 146.81s where I could risk off of 147. That's a move back up towards the action in the pre-market, using that as resistance to become and hold there at 146.80s. It's on the 15-minute candle off of that close towards the high. I think it's the open, the 146.81. Yep. We'll look to see if that comes back to that range and then rejects right back down.
You can see the 400 kind of being held as support at the moment, but if it goes ahead and cracks to the downside, I would get out of my target trade.
Yeah, Shop hit that 40 move. It was a good outlook on my eyes there. It just was one of those things where I wanted it this early morning for red to green. It did exactly that, exactly the red to green, and the move to 40 was a really nice trade. Just wasn't a good execution on my end there. If you were able to execute on that trade, power to you guys, and good job.
Walmart or Target. Walmart looks like a better risk reward play simply because you have VWAP right here that's holding the 154 area, and that's where you can get out if you're looking to go long. Target is the only trade that I am in.
There's a penny stock that was moving today, TBLA, pulling back here to the $3. Bounced off this level right before this at 294. We'll look to see if this holds any pullback and actually gets moving. It has moved up to 325 at once. We'll see if it actually gets moving today. It's definitely on the radar, and this is moving because of a deal with Yahoo, TBLA. Don't know if you guys saw that today, that stock. There, I'll move the Shop chart because I just want to stop watching Shop. It's going to upset me that I missed the move there. TBLA, we'll see if it gets back up there towards the 315s, 320s. Or some other cheap stocks making some moves there today.
Well, let's try it out, Mitch. I'm going to go ahead and take some TBLA, take 1,000 shares at 301s.
Okay.
Looking to sell them at around 313s or so for a profit and around 293 for a loss.
All right. Well, Larry, I'll put the 5-minute up here for you.
Here, let's see if there's anything more that I need to look at on this one in terms of levels. I think we're solid there. Okay.
There's the SPY starting to turn around there on the SPY. I'm looking for Apple shorts, but we never got that move towards 146.81. Let me see Amazon. I don't like that one because it has more Black Friday support for good sales. There's Google already starting to drop there fast. Tesla, I would expect maybe to get a drop there. We'll see what happens on that. Apple's the one that I'm looking for. Wanted to get another run up here before it really breaks down, but
come on, TBLA. All right, we were up about $30 or so, but now we're coming back to break even on this one. And of course, we're still long target. We're up only about 13 cents on that one.
yeah, Gilead is awfully strong, yeah, for sure. BRTX, also a really strong stock in that area.
If you're looking to go long, I mean, if you can risk 50 cents or so on this SPY, it's not a bad idea. And I'm talking about going long here around 400 with a stop loss around 399.50s.
Interesting setup is in Mobileye. The only problem with Mobileye is a 20 cent spread. I like the setup there. But Spy trying to hold the 400 pullback here. Oh, I feel like getting short some MicroStrategy. AKS breaking down there. Apple just hanging out.
And there's
Unity's
Apple.
still strong. That's an interesting one.
Man, if only the market would give us a little bit more participation, because as the market's coming down, Target's moving up. So it definitely has relative strength there of about 2% or so. But we need more from the market to help us out.
Mm-hmm. You're on your battle right now.
And you got the futures bouncing from VWAP as well. Let's take a look at those options that we purchased. All right, so those target options, they're up about 6%, so nothing crazy. We bought them at 111. Now they're trading for about 117, so nothing too fancy to talk about there. TBLA, we bought them at 301s. Now they're trading for about 302s.
KTRA, one that's getting put out by the chat, doesn't look too bad off the 450 bounce there. I kind of like the chart at least here. We'll see what happens in that one. Nice little 5-minute pullback, just bounced off of the 447 level. So it doesn't look too bad there on that pullback. Does have a further support down there towards 430. So nice little risk to return there. Nice little trend line. If it can get above 470s here, it's going to look good here. KTRA not looking too bad there. And the SPY finds a bounce. Not looking bad at all there. This one, KTRA. Nice little pattern there. Volume increasing. There's your push through the 70s. Just hit resistance. I'd look for a nice little pullback fill here towards, normally I'd look for like 463. Nice little pullback, but there's the 474s, 470s. See if we get a little pullback here. It's a biotech stock here.
All right, there's TBLA coming to the downside here, about 3 cents away from stopping me out. All right, Target with a nice move to the upside. I'm going to go ahead and close out my target. Come on, close out my target on the equity side of things. Did I go ahead and close it? You bet I did. And now our contracts are up 24% on the target. Let me go ahead and close out one of them right there. Boom, done.
Boom.
Went ahead and closed up at 138. So we got in at 110, 111. Went ahead and sold one of them at 138. Kind of want to sell them all. Yeah, let me just go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and get out of the trade here. At 140s, I'm out. 140s, I'm out on target. If this TBLA just wants to come on back up, please. Please. We were up about 30, 40 bucks on this one, but unfortunately, we're to the downside at the moment. It'll take me out here in 3 cents to the downside if it wants to. And Apple's still holding, excuse me, the SPY is still holding this $400 level.
KTRA still looks good here, guys. We'll see if it gets that next lift. It didn't get to the 63s yet. I was going to look at it if it got there. You didn't get the 63s on that pullback. You got 65s on that pullback. Not too far off, right? I mean, 2 cents off the pullback. But it's not a bad outlook there if you got in below the VWAP, which is 68s. So we'll see if it continues going to a 5 today. Taking it easy after missing the open here. Not great execution for me out the open. So just being patient here. Seeing the SPY kind of holding around. Going to look to see if it's actually going to break down. It's not breaking down right now. So we'll see what happens there. Netflix looking strong off of a VWAP bounce. Disney is one that I like if Netflix is going to be strong today. So might just scout Netflix right now. Disney for a nice little up move here. Yeah, risk is about 30 cents right now. Taking a little bit of Disney right now. Long some Disney here. We got 27s willing to add here on this little pullback here. See if I can get 18s or 16s here.
Your toughest battle is going to be the market.
Boom. Yeah, I have a feeling the market's dragging. I mean, remember, I've been looking for the market to get into the red here at the 9:45 turn, and it has been going red since that 9:45. But the only thing getting me in this one is Netflix trying to push here. So if Netflix can continue pushing, Disney won't look too bad. Did get my ad there, so at 98.22 is going to risk off of the low of 98.03. So we're risking about 20 cents here. Oh, not wind. Disney. All right. What else we got here?
Man, oh man. TBLA. Yeah, TBLA, man, to the downside. Ooh, I almost went ahead and messed something up on our stream. TBLA to the downside, man. I got stopped out. I went ahead and took an $80 loss, I believe it was, on TBLA once it broke. I believe I went ahead and sold here. I'll tell you guys my exact fill. TBLA, I sold at 293 was my stop, right exactly where it is at the moment. It was about a 1 to 2 trade. Actually, it was more like a 1 to 1.5 trade. Then unfortunately, I did go ahead and get stopped out on TBLA. Here's the market coming to the downside a bit.
See what happens there. Market is pulling down here.
And then let's see the futures. They're trying to bounce here from 40.05. What are you going to do?
Why is Google falling? Well, because it doesn't really have like that Black Friday uplift, I would feel. So that shows me more that the market probably wants to come down, at least from my outlook.
If you're looking to go short, here, let me put me up real quick. If you're looking to go short Google, or if you're looking for support to hold, this 96.51 area is pretty interesting. If you go and look back left on the 22nd of November, around 115 or so, you saw that held a support. Obviously, you got a little bit of rally, came back today, held a support. You got a bit of a rally. So if you're looking to go short, if this 96.51 breaks, I believe you can go ahead and take profit at 96, then 95.50, and then at 95 would be your final piece, right? So that's the way that I would play it. Matter of fact, I'm going to try to play this one alongside y'all. Now, if we lose money, we'll lose money together on it. But here's what I am going to do personally. You do whatever you want with your hard-earned money. If this 5-minute candle closes below 96.51, I will look to go short Google. I'll go short possibly about 200, 300 shares or so, with 100 shares being covered around 96, the other being covered around 96 or 95.50, so on, so forth.
All right, looking for Netflix to continue and leading Disney here. We'll see Netflix taking a nice little lift there. Drip looked interesting to me. Was going to see if XOM was going to really break down there. But just keeping an eye on Netflix and Disney right now, and then, of course, the overall market to see if we're going to get a breakdown or we're going to get a bounce here. Just been kind of slowed down here since the opening action.
PDD looking, got some, PDD. Let's see if that one's going to be. You got some options coming in on the on the $77 puts on PDD, but this one's just relatively strong clearly here. I am not going to mess with this one. And as Ryan always says, your best stop is your first stop. Now we're about 5 cents lower than we were in the past. Let's see. Where's Google? Come on, Google. I kind of want to. What do you think, chat? Should we front run this? Should we front run this? All right, I'm going to go ahead and front run this. I'm going to go ahead and take 100 shares short here. Might regret this. No, we're okay. All right. Stop loss for me is going to be 97.17s on Google. And this is, the market has to participate. Now, if this ends up making a higher high, obviously we end up getting screwed on that one. But I'm going to go for kind of like a 2-to-1 trade almost. 96.05. Excuse me. is where I've got my take profit. So here's the trade. I am in at 96.77, stop loss 97.17, take profit 96.05. I agree with you. Definitely need to be patient. You have Apple here that obviously is weak. I mean, look at these wicks just getting sold off. Clearly, my trades did not go ahead and get filled. On the short side, the idea was great, but the levels just weren't. And now we kind of wait and see if Apple wants to just close below VWAP and come on down, or what the deal is. Interestingly enough, you've got Peloton that's seen some action here. You've got the Peloton $12 calls coming in on the ass, $70,000 worth. Okay, something's up. I'm going to take a stab at it. This might be a dumb trade, but I'm chasing here. Stop loss is going to be, yeah, I definitely chased quite a bit here. For my stop loss, I don't like that trade. Oh my God, can I please go ahead and reload this page for us real quick, please? All right. Let me do this. Let me go ahead. It's moving. Here, let me pull up my trade station. Is it up? Of course it's not up. I wish I could just sell partial on this, but I got to load up my trade station. Keep going. Visit 11. Visit 11. But yeah, you've got calls coming in on this one. Come on, trade station. I'm like loading up my trade station actual platform so I can go ahead and just set up some trades on this one. But it just... the problems of trading with too many brokers. Oh, of course it came down. Man, we had money in there. All right, I'm going to go ahead and sell about 300 shares. We had... wait, what? Did it sell everything? It did sell everything. Never mind. What you just saw was a live mishap on the Peloton trade. We were up about 30, 40 bucks. I tried to take a partial. Unfortunately, I don't know how to do that on TradingView. I tried to do it on the broker side. By the time I pulled it up, I messed everything up. But you do have some options coming in. You've got like the $12, $11, $13 coming in on Peloton. So I'm going to try to play this one with the risk reward here. Let's go ahead and say 300 shares. About 50 bucks. See if we can get 100 bucks. That's the trade that I've got right now on Peloton. Looking to get filled at 1063. Stop loss 1047. Looking to take profit at 1096.
SPY is just battling right here. Let's see if it can recover, get back into the green candle here. It's battling right now. I might get stopped out in Disney. My hand's literally on the trigger here. I'm okay with getting this stop out too. You got to be smart with the overall market here. Netflix still looking strong, so it looks like I definitely got the bad end of that relationship right now. Netflix still pushing. We'll see if it gets the next lift. All right, what's going on out there, traders? Smash the like button. Let's keep it going right here.
Yeah, Tesla is trying to break that 185, and it did, didn't it? Man.
There's the SPY trying to come back.
Yeah, you've got the two. Actually, it's not that much size on it. If you're here's a trade. If you're liking Tesla to the long side, you can wait for a retest of around 184.25 or so you can see how that's kind of where resistance was, right? And it obviously finally went ahead and poked above. Maybe the retest has already happened here, to be honest. You may not get that chance, but that's where you can get the best risk reward on that one. Unfortunately, with the market moving up, that doesn't do well for our Google trade. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of this one. Don't want to risk more money than I already need to. It's closed above VWAP, so I'm already out. Why did you reject my order? You are short 100 shares with remaining. You know what? No one cares what you think, TradeStation. I will find a way to close this trade.
You got it, my friend. You got it. Work around it. Work around it. All right, guys. I'm like right on the stop here for Disney. We'll see what happens. SPY is starting to come back. Netflix doesn't look too bad. It just pushed up there to 289.50. That's probably the better one right there. Let's look at Shop, the one that we were looking at earlier today. How's that one continued on the day? Definitely probably. Oh, look at that. Now starting to pull back after that 40 move. Back down to 39.16. See what happens on that one. SPY rejecting the 400 there. Doesn't look good for our trade here. About to get stopped out there. Out in Disney. Hands on the trigger. Out. Don't like it. It's just not looking good there. We'll see if the SPY recovers there. Getting stopped out on Disney there from the 22s towards the 97, 82s. So not a good trade there. Definitely Shopify was probably the better trade on the day. So just going to keep it simple here today. If I take some smaller losses, I'll be okay with that. Just got to be better out the gates there and ready to go here out the bell. Could have nailed Shopify. SPY just rejected that third kind of top there. Has a nice flag pattern today to it. So keep your eyes on what happens to the SPY. Will it get the lift? Starting to balance out there. You guys see the flag drawn out there. We'll see if we get the lift or is it break down towards the 39.40s.
Sometimes managing your risk works in your favor. Sometimes it doesn't. It obviously worked on TBLA because we got out 11 cents higher than where the stock currently is. On Google, unfortunately, it is down about 30 cents from where you got out and you were short. So that doesn't really help. But I do like my game plan of 96.50 break and then we go short. I also like going short on Apple here if it can close this 5-minute candle below VWAP because you've got a slow momentum to the downside. All depends on how the market wants to react as well. You can see we're trying to go above VWAP. So far, we haven't been able to. The futures here are below VWAP as well. So keeping an eye on the futures, Google, and Apple. That's the three that I'm keeping an eye on here. So far, though, I am red on the day. I'll show you guys my account. I'm down about $111.23 on this one. And then on E-Trade, I'm down about, where's my P&L? About $75 on E-Trade. Oh, Nvidia went ahead and touched that 161. Came right back down to it. Come on, Apple. Come on, futures. They're all bouncing. You can see buyers stepping in. Let's see what Google did. We should have stayed short, chat. We should have stayed short. Nvidia drop, yep. So you can see on Nvidia, right? Kind of like just this range that it's been chopping around. Obviously, after the first 5 minutes or so, just kind of in this range. But if it breaks the 161, I think you visit the 160s. And then from 160s, I think it's just downside from there. I might go short like 5 different tickers, but I want to be selective with it.
Shop pulling back now down below 39. Going to look to see if the SPY is going to bounce here. Thinking about getting some shop on this pullback. I'll take a little bit here, looking to add it. Got some in there at 38.99s there for shop. Taking some shop there. We'll see what happens now. Looking to add on this. We'll see if we could get back towards the upside. SPY needs to come back up through 400. That's going to help me. We'll see if it does break down. It is holding the support a lot right now, right around this level here. So I'm looking to see if we can get that push towards the upside trend line. We have 3 touches on there. So this would be the 4th touch. We should get that breakout through 400 in the next couple of minutes. If that doesn't happen, I might get out of that shop.
All right, I'm short Apple right now, and I'm looking to add some more. Give me 1 second to place a trade. All right, I'm short Apple at 145.68. I'm looking to get short some more at 145.87s. Let me see if I can go ahead and move to the Apple options here, and then we'll grab 2 of the 145 puts. I went ahead and got filled at $2 on the spot. First take profit is going to be around 145.14 for me on the option side as well. I would not mind Apple coming back to about the 146s and grabbing some more shares. Paying attention to Google as well, but for now the market does seem... Here, let's go ahead and get a little cute with this. Switch accounts. All right, chat, this could be a big, big mistake, but I went ahead and short 2 contracts on the futures as well at 40.06. Stop loss for me is going to be at about 40.10.50s. So we're risking $40. We're looking to make $40. Let's see which way this works out, but we're short Apple as well.
Just added a little bit there to shop. Another bottoming action. Let me add there.
What's going to happen, chat? What's going to happen, chat?
What's going to happen is indeed
Tesla catching bids. Yeah, I mean, Tesla is nice and strong compared to the market, along with TGT, which we got a chance to play for some profits.
All right, now looking for this support to hold on the SPY. If it cracks through the 399.60s, you got to be careful. You could start breaking down fast there on the SPY. We'll see what happens here. I'll show you guys that right here. You got the SPY. Now it's starting to wick there. We'll look to see if we get the breakdown there.
Let's go. Oh, come on. There's a little push on the future. So the downside almost gave us profit. We were about a point away from our profits on the future side of things. We're in the money on our Apple short. But it ain't profit, so we can ring the register. And at the moment, you got a spike because buyer stepped in around 40.02 or so on the future side.
Yeah, I took a shot there. I added there. I'm at 39.03s now. So got my 3 ads there that I'm allowed to do. Now I can just got to hold to the trade. Let's see if we get the next lift on Shopify. Well, we get a nice little pushback. Big thing for us is that wick there on the SPY. It just gave that kind of trick to the downside. Now we want to see the SPY get above 400 really quickly. Here's 399.94s. It could have trapped some people on that downside action there and now pushes through 400. So that's the psychological outlook, right? And I've been looking more and more about trading theory, but we can get into that talk another time here. SPY trying to push the 400, just tapped it and rejects it. So let's see if we can get an actual close. The same thing that we just got for the downside, we're getting right for the upside. So let's see if we can actually get a close above the 400, and let's say pushing towards like 430 would really show us that, okay, yeah, that did push through the prior resistance. It's prior support that's going to become resistance now. Let's see if we can make it push through that level and then use it back as support. Shop testing down here for me. Could stop me out through the 38.80s. Dropping fast there. I want to see if the SPY is going to recover or not.
Where is my trade? Okay, there we go. Yeah, SPY. Man, we got stopped out on the future. So unfortunate. We had it. Man, we had it, but we were just a point off of our take profit. So we were in the money. Then unfortunately, we did not get our limits, and we got stopped out. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Apple trade. So Apple, you can see how relatively weak it is. I mean, look at SPY, right? So if we do a comparison here, let's do a side-by-side. So there's Apple.
Yeah, I got you.
And here's the SPY. Thank you. So you've got, that's definitely not the SPY, but here's the SPY. You can see on this, these are both 5-minute candles. You can see how at around 10:05, Apple's coming to the downside, and you can see the next 5-minute candle, 10:10, makes a nice move to the upside. SPY does, But here's the market in terms of Apple, right? Just doesn't really move up, doesn't go above VWAP or anything like that. And obviously the best way to tell relative strength or weakness is a SPY is down only about 0.5%. Apple is down about 1.5% and then some change. So that's how you can see relative weakness on Apple, which is why we are short Apple at the moment. Let's go ahead and check out the futures and see if they want to come on back. Let me go ahead and remove these because they're annoying. Done. But yeah, we're still short Apple. You can go ahead and see. Wait, what the? Oh, we got the puts. That's what we did. Wait, what happened to my Apple trade? Oh, we're on a different account. I was like, there's no way. There we go. You can tell that I'm still short Apple via equity. We tried to get more fills. Unfortunately, we couldn't get it, but we are still short via puts as well on E-Trade. The puts that we got at $2, we went ahead and got filled somehow.
Out shop. Not a good day for me at all, guys. Should have nailed that shop out the gates here today. It's going to be one of those frustrating days where it's like you had the right plan. You thought about it. You knew exactly your levels. Then you went after it later in the day, and that's what happens. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, it's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, I knew exactly the trade's a trade today, but if you don't execute out the gates, that's how it can hit you. Shop coming back down there to 38.60s. I'm out of that trade, and it would have been a beautiful trade right out the gates there through the 39s towards 40. That's just the way it goes.
All right, you've got, Apple right here. Let's see what the SPY's doing. SPY's got to come back down, obviously below 400. I go back to a big box here. Come on, where are you? Where are you, SPY? There you are. Come on, SPY. Come on, SPY. All right, Google's crossing that level here. We got a lot of things going on. And I want to make sure I only take the best trades possible. I'm keeping an eye on the SPY, see if he wants to close below VWAP. There is Google coming to the downside. Where's my drawing on Google? I could have sworn I had a drawing on it. But whatever. I believe it was this right here around 96.51s. All right. Obviously, we're well below that, right? We're not going to go ahead and chase it here. I would be interested in possibly adding or having another short entry on Google around 96.47s. I'm not going to chase it here, but I'm going to wait for it to possibly come back up if it wants to and fill me by about 5 cents or so here. Stop loss will be below right about here. $30, 96.77. Let me see what else we've got. Yeah, I agree, Jay. The mistake that I, am making here today is the tight stops, if you will. We saw that in terms of my SPY trade, the Google trade that I have. But I agree with you. It is not exactly the best way to go ahead and play this chop.
Yeah, lower size, bigger range on the risk would have been better. Just how it goes. BlockFi confirmed bankruptcy. That's not good. Take a look at Bitcoin, maybe see how that's reacting towards that. I'll take a look at it, see if Bitcoin's coming down or not.
All right, looks like I went ahead and got filled on my Google short.
Oh, it is getting hit. Careful with the market, guys, if Bitcoin does get hit hard on that news or not. I'll let you know if it gets hit or not. It hasn't really gotten hit. It got pulled back there.
Yeah.
There's some resistance to play there on the 15-minute on Bitcoin. You can clearly see it. Now,
would you call that a bear flag here on the hourly?
It's not a bear flag because there's no two trending lines. You have more of a horizontal line and then a trend line, right? And so kind of you could either call it more of a pennant, or you could say a declining wedge or a declining triangle. I would say declining triangle. And so one of the things that you see there is that you have like that uptrending line. I can even kind of share my chart there. You see it right there? See that horizontal line there? So you're using that as resistance, right? You get your extreme moment where the price action just pushes down, and just like it's like in a breakout, right? This is the breakdown. Then you start getting the chop action. Once you get through that chop action, what you're really looking to do is establish where's your resistance price points. So you start getting in this area where you're starting to see the resistance holding up, right? Well, if you can get above that level, then you can break out of this bearish channel. But if you get back below kind of this level here, that's where you really start breaking down. So if you come back towards the 61 100s, you're already in breakdown mode.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens now that it's getting tightened up here. And this is how a lot of times you'll be trading within this kind of triangle pattern. You get real choppy right around here. You just want to see where is it going to lead to. Is it going to lead towards the upside or the downside there on Bitcoin? We'll see what happens. SPY did pull back around to the downside. So that shows me a little bit more that we might want to come down here. But I'm already deep into the red here. I can't even take the trade because if I do take the trade here, this is one of those days where I'm close to my daily risk on the risk side. So taking a trade here would push me past my daily risk. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to actually just take it as what? We talked about this on my calendar. This would be an red X, boom, understanding that it's a loss type of day, and we move forward. Because a lot of traders, what they do in this moment is, in my situation, they would push through their daily limit. And if you push through your daily limit, it might sound great when the trade goes well for you, but when the trade goes bad for you there, that's when you really just start falling off the tape. And when you fall off the tape, off the wagon, and you can't, bounce back the next day, well, then now you're costing yourself 2 days of profits just to get back to break even. That's not what you want to be doing. You want to be keeping yourself and leaving yourself some room.
Amen to that, brother.
Yeah, and it's hard. It's hard. I'll tell you, it's not easy to determine that today's a lost day for me, right? And it's a red light day. But the truth is, I had good ideas, good execution. The good ideas didn't turn into execution towards the open. And that's why I'm red today. Really wasn't my strategy outlook. The actual trades I took weren't the best. The execution should have been more on the opening. But there's the SPY action that I was worried about. There's this down take on the SPY.
Yeah. Real quick on our trades, I went ahead and took profits on the equity side on the Apple trade. So we locked in gains there. I'm going to go ahead and close out majority of my Apple position here at 225 as well. We got filled at 2. We're out at 225, just holding a couple of runners. Matter of fact, I lied to you. I'm sorry. I'm going to go ahead and close out of everything here because we're at the 145. If we go ahead and bounce, I don't want to go ahead and give up the profits here. We went ahead and went from red to green on E-Trade. We're still red on TradeStation. We've got this Google trade that we're in. That's in the money. We're looking at lock in gains on that one around 95.61. So that's going to be a 3-to-1 trade for us at the moment. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and add 200 more shares here. All right, cool. So we're short 300 shares. Let me go ahead and have a here. Let me go ahead and do something for us here in the chat. All right, cool. Wait, there is no creative. What? No one cares. Oh, God dang it, bro.
There comes the drag. And if I look at coin, it's trying to bounce, but I don't think that's going to get the bounce today, especially if this news is true. MicroStrategy has been going down since then. SI has been going down since then. So be careful on those kind of mining stocks and anything crypto related in this kind of turn here. See what happens on that Bitcoin chart to see if it really starts breaking down. But doesn't look good right now.
Bro, how in the world is TradeStation going to tell me there's no active position on Google when I literally have an active position on Google? Like I'm literally have it pulled up. Whatever. We're short 300 shares here at 96.38. We're obviously moving to the downside. I got to figure something out on this.
Yeah, man. Just take a second. Just take a second if you need to bounce out, come back in. It's okay. Just focus in, nail it down, and get your profits, man. It's not like you're in the green. Not like you're not in the green. So Bitcoin, I'll show you guys that. It's starting to break down. Exactly what we talked about. Look at this. There you see it. Now it's starting to get that breakdown. I'm going to put it full screen here for us. Oh, and I freaking changed the ticker there. Sorry about that, guys. Let me put full screen here. There you guys see it. Now it's starting to get that breakdown. Will we actually break through that 1.6, kind of like 100, 112 area? It's 120, 16,120. I hate the 1,000 ones. They're so hard to like kind of talk about, but we'll see if it gets that breakdown. That's why I think you got that turnaround in the SPY where you saw that down take. We'll see if that actually turns around some of the stronger stocks like the banks, right? Those are the strong stocks right now. GS heading down there fast now. That shows me more that those are getting turned around. How will the oil stocks do after bouncing a little bit? Will they just come right back down? That's what I'm looking for there. Disney kept coming down, so that definitely wasn't a good outlook there. Amazon, it's almost into the red here after bouncing into the green right out the open there. So that just shows me that, yeah, we are starting to get a little bit of a drop there. DXY, big pop. There you go, Kevin. That's another thing that's not going to help us, right? That is more along not telling us that this is why the market's going down, but that gives us confirmation that we're getting a downside action move when we see the DXY pop, right? And is this on TC? No, this is what you're seeing right here. This is Benzinga Pro. So we'll see what happens there. Will we get the takedown or not? That's what we need to keep watching. RSI went to that overbought and then right back down. That shows me also weakness in Bitcoin. What you got for us, man?
You've got Google coming down. I have 3 short 300 shares. I'm going to go ahead and buy back 100 right here. So I went ahead and bought back 100. Execution was at 96.19. We're looking to take more profits if we can get it. Let me go ahead and fix that. Actually, I'm going to fix that here in a second. But the next profit that we're going to try to take will be around 96.70s. Excuse me, 95.70s on Google. So we already went ahead and locked in gains. So we're sitting pretty there. I'm going to actually move my stop loss now to about, not break even quite, but right around here of 96.63. That way, keep in mind, I've already locked in gains, right? So this would end up being an actual break-even trade for me since we already took profits. But I don't want to move my stop all the way up here in case we do a back test of 96.50s and then reject again. For some reason, my trade station is acting up. It won't let me do a 3 limit 1 stop bracket trade. I'll figure that out later. Coming back to the markets in terms of the futures here, I would have loved for this to go ahead and test back on VWAP for us to get a better entry of our short. But unfortunately, we're all about risk reward here. Did not go ahead and get back on the VWAP test, so I did not go short the market. But if this 400 breaks, that could be interesting, and we can go ahead and visit this area of 39.91s on the future side of things right over there. So, excuse me, keep an eye on that. Oh, do I have anything else on my E-Trade? No, I don't. Cool, we're good.
Whew. It's one of those days, man. One of those days.
SPY, yep,
Bitcoin
down a whole
tried
point.
to recover, but yeah, SPY did that so nasty fake out towards the 400. So nasty.
And now you have Apple cracking the 145s. Apple cracking the 145s. Let's see here. Yeah. If futures did want to come back and test VWAP around 40.06, I wouldn't mind going short. But for now, we're just going to hang on tight with our Google short right over here. I just cannot believe I don't have a 3 bracket trade. Let me see if I can do it on TradeStation on the web portal. Log in. You guys can't see that, right? Okay, cool. Orders.
All right. So one way that you guys can be looking to see what's going on, of course, is to keep watch to see what happens with the U.S. dollar and, of course, the S&P 500. If that's going to change and we're going to get a prolonged kind of push there from, of course, the dollar, we got to be careful because that can really turn us back around. So just keep watch on that, I think, on the day to see what you're going to get there. for confirmation that this down move could keep coming. So one way that I look at that is just DXY. And you can see how we were getting a nice little uplift there towards 10 o'clock. We bottomed around 105, 105.39s, you can say, if you want to take a look at that aspect. You're looking to see if you can get back above 109. That's the resistance, but it's going to take a while to get there, of course. DXY, if it does get that pop towards 109, that's would be the concerned area for it to really start coming back down.
Bro, what the oh, I gotta do that. Never mind. Oh, I'm tripping.
Bitcoin now pushing down there towards that low, close towards that yellow line. If we break through that yellow line, I could see us continue down there. That's why I drew that out there really early on. And you can see it's even a little bit higher than this line. I'm actually going to try to draw it here for us, exactly here for us. Just give me 1 second.
Bro.
Not getting the line here. All right, let me just do the Alt-T here. Yeah, we're bouncing right off of that line.
All right, sweet. There we go.
We'll see if the Bitcoin really does take that next leg down.
All right, I've got my stops in place on Google at 96.61. My next take profit is going to be around 95.63.
Appreciate you, Jan. Have a good one, man. Enjoy the day job. I used to know that life. I know how it is. Used to do day job after trading. Can't go wrong. Still do it. Just do it right here on Benzinga.
Romar, you will never get that information out of me, pal. So let's take a look here, right? So you've got Google. We talked about this 96.52 level being support, which went ahead and broke down. It cracked above, retested, couldn't get back above. Now it's trying to retest here, missed it by about maybe 7 cents, which is why I didn't want to have a break-even actual trade here. Even though if I do get stopped out, it'll still pretty much be a break-even trade. And now we wait for a fail and come back down. But let's go ahead and check out. Yep, see the futures are still below VWAP, as is the SPY, as is Apple. And whew, look at that. This is why I'm glad we got out, because I expected that 145 to be a little bit of a bounce. And the puts that we got out at 225 are now trading at 215. So we went ahead and saved ourselves $10 per contract by selling out. Living in EST. Yeah, vacation's nice. I might be on a workcation in January. We'll see if things work out.
All right, let's go around. I'm going to take a look at the sectors, see what's still in the green, what's holding on here. Consumer cyclical bouncing a little bit there. Energy still kind of holding back, bouncing back on the day. Defensives still into the green there. Healthcare pulled back big. So if you're looking at healthcare names, some of these are pulling back. They look interesting. We'll see what happens on those names. They did get a nice little pullback with the market. We'll see if those can continue on the day. I know that we were looking at some of those earlier in the day. How are some of these biotech ones? I know those were doing well. Gilead was one of those, pulled back here towards 86.91. I kind of like the support around 86.75. If that can hold, come back up through the VWAP, doesn't look too bad. Of course, that means we have to get back into the green side, but Gilead doesn't look bad on this pullback. We'll see what happens. VRTX was also really strong, hanging out right below the VWAP now. Moderna right around VWAP. We'll see what happens on those names. Tough day for sure. BTU trying to hold the 30 today and really trying to get into the 30 handle and just start pushing out from it. It does look good there for the nice continuation move. We'll see if that ever does make that continuation move.
SPY, oh SPY. We're still short Google. That's honestly the only trade I'm in as far as I know. Yep, only short Google. Just waiting for this short to pay off. Apple down 2% where the market's not even down 1%. So that's relatively weak here. Let's see if we can find any other trades. Let's see what we got. Where is the SPY relative to the trend line that everyone and their mom has been talking about on FinTwit? I just want to point out, I'm probably lying, but I was the first one because I called it out here when we got the downside move, right? So I want to be known for the creator of this trend line, no one else.
That's it.
First one I ever do it, best one I ever do it.
Ooh, one that I called last week. Not looking too bad here. Ollie's Bargain Outlet. Having a great day with that Target move. I'm sure Target helped it. And Dollar Tree's move definitely didn't hurt it. So see what happens with Dollar General today. But Ollie now to 62. Just last week, we were at 55s. I've already made kind of a 12% move there on Ollie Bargain Outlets. We'll see what happens there. Gush is a freaking monster, man. That's what we should have just been playing all freaking year long.
What?
Just Gush. Or some oil name. We should have just held an oil name for the whole year, man. I mean, look at ExxonMobil in January 2022.
Uh-oh.
What were we sleeping on?
Let me put up your chart here in a second.
Because it was easy. It was easy. That's almost what I would say there. And I think that this is when you got to look back, and sometimes the easy trade is really the easy trade to make, and you don't need to overthink it, right? As soon as we started getting into the wartime, everyone was thinking oil, right? It was already up near the highs, but it got even better in 2022, right? It did even better in 22. I mean, that could have been the year to really make some gains there. We're talking about right here in January when you got the little pullback from the kind of highs that it was trying to get through in 66. You had a nice little bottoming action around 60s. You could have got in there somewhere between 60, let's say 63 and 60. Risked about $3 there, even if you got it near the top of that. And then it made a big move up there towards 100 and then pulled back for a long time. And maybe you took some profit towards that 100, but then going towards 110, that's a big move up. That's not bad at all. Overall for the year, it's up about 79%. And when you think about it, this is also how you can hedge those big plays. Let's say if you had Amazon long and you had Apple long and you had good cost basis, but you were figuring out how could I've gotten around this downturn in the SPY and all this time that we've been going down in the market. Well, you always look at the different trade to kind of move, right? There's hard assets, and then there's what they call paper assets, which are kind of more of the stocks, right? The hard assets go into play with commodities, right? Like oil, like steel, things like that. You could have been playing this oil trade to really hedge yourself during this time, made that gain on a stock like ExxonMobil, and then been able to get around the battle of this downside action with your portfolio. This is how you start using options. This is how you start using futures and things like this to learn how to hedge your portfolio, which I think are definitely important things to learn if you're going to be able to have a long-term portfolio and deal with downturns like we're getting in the market. All right, we'll see what else is going on out there. Definitely Donka Dave reiterating about the BlockFi bankruptcy. We'll see what happens on Bitcoin. How's that doing now? It did touch the line, bounce there. It's just battling through the line right now. It hasn't really broken down. We haven't really seen like a panic move in Bitcoin, but definitely battling right now. And I think that's why you're also seeing the SPY battle here. And I don't think it's going to come back to 400. That's just my outlook on the day. I think we might get a slow leak down here. So it's going to be hard trading from here on out, I feel, unless you've gotten some good positions in and you're just kind of riding them down here. We'll see what happens on the overall market. It's been that type of day already. TSM, one that needs to hold on to the 80. I feel like this one eventually breaks that gap and comes all the way down through that gap. And that's a big profit zone, I feel, for you short traders. If you like the bearish moves, I don't know. TSM, will it hold here? Will it come back towards 82? Is it a short here around the 80s? Seems interesting to me. I'll show you guys TSM right now. It's my day trading charts here. You see it's just battling right now. Let me erase the drawings here. So you can see it's just battling right there. And I'm wondering, will it come back to kind of fill in this gap? It's not a bad gap to look for, right? Right underneath it. Will it come back and fill in that gap? Or will it come towards the upside? Not a bad stock to think about. All right, what's going on out that? Gush at around 100 was sweet. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm still short on. Let me go. Where is my Google? There it is. Still short on Google. Look at that. Look at that rejection, baby.
It's looking good
96.52. Let me go ahead and move it to the equity side so we can go ahead and see the action there. Obviously, we're still down on the trade, but maybe, you know what? Yeah, we gonna be greedy. We gonna be greedy. You know what? Who cares? Short another 100, even though we had taken gains off of it earlier, right? But we're gonna go ahead and add another 100 here. Stop loss is gonna be still the 96.61s. Kind of want to move it higher, but since I added 100 shares, maybe not. But now we really need the market to say bye-bye to the downside. But so far, we rejected once. We rejected twice. Let this be the third one. And let us come on down. But we'll see if we can get that lucky. But we have a game plan. We have a game plan. We like the levels. And we're looking nice here. So it's not like we're just having hopium. We have a plan on what we want to do. And I'm going to see if I can add another OCO here real quick. Of 100. Yep. And then we're going to do buy to cover. Let's say 93 is 100. Send that order through. Cool. Came up on E-Trade or TradeStation. Where is it? There it is. All right. So the stop is, again, going to be the same, around 96.61. Our take profit on this one, though, is going to be a little quicker. So on this one, it's going to be about 96.17s. So here we go, chat. We already went ahead and secured. Sorry, what is that Slack?
Unity hanging on today. Interesting. Some relative strength there. That's interesting to see relative strength in Unity.
Woo. All right. Sorry, I was responding to a Slack here. But yeah, we added 100 shares. We had already taken profit before, so we added it just to get that quick trade. We are short at an average price of about 96.39s, it seems. So we're going to look to cover. Is that only 9 cents below? No, it's not. Sorry, the first cover is going to be 96.17s. So about 30 cents below. Lock in $30 and then see if we can lock in another around 95.63 and then 95.21. All with a stop loss of 96.61s. Now you've got Tesla. If Tesla goes ahead and breaks VWAP, you could go ahead and get that downside movement. But at the moment, the market's holding the 399s. And you can see I'm short. Oh, no, you can't. I got to switch accounts. There it is. I'm short 1 micro on the future side at 40.03. I was looking to get short some more at 40.06s, but did not get the fill. So let's see if this trade works out in our favor to the downside. But for now, we are short. We are short, literally and trading wise as well. Come on, baby. Let's see what Apple's doing. Is Apple breaking that 145? No, it's not. Curious to see if I should. No, let's not do that. Coinbase to the lows. TBLA, I no longer care about. TGT, we already made money. We're done with. Coinbase, I don't care about. Nvidia, short. Yep, nice little break off of the VWAP into the downside. We talked about how it's consolidating, and once it broke that consolidation, it got a little bit of movement to the downside. Let's see what else we got. What are we? Here we go. Nick went to India? Damn, boy.
Right? Got some good food probably, though.
Oh, hopefully he recovers all right.
Think he was ready for that?
Probably not. Looks fun, though.
Definitely does. Definitely does. What do you guys want to learn today? You guys want some options talks? Do you guys want how to limit drawdowns? Do you guys want to be learning some patterns, some future talk? What do you guys want to learn in the chat? Let me know. Trying to line something up for us coming up at 11. So hit the thumbs up. Unity is looking strong here, man. If you're looking for relative strength, somehow Unity is hanging in here. That's the breed right now. Looks like it in the growth game. Unity.
Here's Google to the downside. Let's go, baby. Let us get our first fills at 96.17. I feel like there's too much of a gap between that and this, though. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, XOM looks like a short for me. This is the VWAP rejection fade, which would reject and use 110.75 as my risk here. Could get into the trade here too, and maybe just take drip to the upside. But I already talked about how I wouldn't take another trade and push my limits today. But ExxonMobil looks interesting there. We'll see if it rejects, get back below the VWAP, which is 110.50s here. That's what you would want to see if you were kind of the bear, and you don't want to see it get back through that 110.75. Drip also a play that you can be looking at, right? It's done its big pullback here. Now bounced off of the 1206 level, starting to come back.
Do I have anything open on this side? No, I don't. Okay. All right, SPY trying to make lows. Obviously, we're a little ways from it. You've got Tesla holding on to the 185s. Come on, Google. Come on, Google.
Pattern says IV. Wally says options. All right, I hear you guys.
Just one, patterns, options. That's what we've got. And why did I just get this? Uh-oh. I got some filled. Yes, I did. Cool. We got filled on our first leg of Google. Let's go, baby. We're in the money on that one here. Now our next take profit is 95.63, excuse me, and then 95.21. So the trade is set. We are locked into the gains. And of course, let's go ahead and check out the futures here in a second as well. What in the world? Where's my, what am I doing here? Oh, that's right. Sorry. So scattered brain all the time. Here's our short on the futures. We didn't get filled on this additional contract at 40.06. I'm just going to go ahead and cancel this puppy. And let's see if we can just get a quick $30. Matter of fact, I think we should be greedy, chat. I think we should be greedy. Should we be greedy? I don't know. It's only by $45. That's actually not too much more for the risk. Where am I? Where's my 3? Where's my 1-1? There's my 1-1. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it here and see if we can get filled at $39.98. I am going to move my stop loss here, though. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Come on, Google. Come on down. But, hopefully, chat, you guys are able to see. You want to see JPM? Yeah, sure. And then I'll go ahead and do a final recap of my trades and then bounce out of here. JPM, so it's looking to make a lower low, but at the moment it went ahead and crossed below VWAP. Let's go ahead and take a look left, and here we go. If we take a look left, you can see you've got support. Would you look at that? Boom, biggity bang. No idea what that means. 135.39 held as support, came back today, held as support. So if you're looking to go long and you believe in the idea of a long, 135.39 is an area for you to play off of. If you are a believer in the short side of it, I would wait for a 5-minute close below 135.39 and then set your stop loss of 50 cents or so accordingly, and then try to take profits. First profit area would be around 135 and some cents, and then you can kind of scale down, down, down. So that's what I've got, 135.39. Look left, and you can see it right there.
All right.
Google
In a few minutes, we're going to be going into a little bit of a clip from our boot camp where my man Rob Smith is going to talk to you a little bit about what strat-based investing and trading is all about. So you guys don't miss it. Rob Smith coming up in a little bit here as we get into a little bit of the strat-based investing and trading. Don't miss that, team. That's coming up right after this.
Let me go over my trades and then I'll get out of here. But let's go ahead and talk about Google, right? That's the biggest thing for me is you can take a look at it. And if you go ahead and look left, you can see, let me move the EMAs here. Cool. You take a look left and you saw kind of support right over there on 96.52, right? And then when we come here, we saw, hey, you know what? It respected this level of 96.52. And by the way, it looks like I just got executed on my futures cover to limit. So we went ahead and made money on that one. Nice $30 in our pockets. But anyway, so it held support and moved to the upside. Then when it finally cracked, the mistake that I made here is that I tried to front run it and then I went ahead and got stopped out. Even though my stop didn't hit, I went ahead and stopped out. Then the next 5-minute candle came right back down. So that was not a great trade by me. The game plan that we went with was, hey, if this 96.52 cracks on the 5-minute, we're going to go short with a stop loss here. Clearly that worked. We had 300 shares short, 100 we covered here. Then when it came back, we went ahead and short another 100. We went ahead and covered. As a matter of fact, why am I even doing that? Let me go to the equity side. There we go. And you've got short right there again. So what I'm saying is you see how support, once cracked, tested, and it was resistance, and that gave you a beautiful rejection now to the downside. We're about $90 in the money on this trade. And I'm looking to take profits at 95.63. If we can just get that one quick little flush, that'd be great. I'm going to be a little anxious here. So I'm going to move this puppy up to 95.76s to see if we can lock in another set of gains here. Now, once this goes ahead and gets locked in, I will move these stops to break even. Is probably what I'll end up doing. But we are about 20 cents away from getting this one taken out in terms of limit. But that's the trade on Google that I had. Probably the best trade that I had today. And then you can see how support broken, turned into resistance, and we got a flush to the downside. Apple, somewhat of a similar story, how it kind of held on to this area right here at the 145.87s. Once it cracked, we went short, we covered here, and then it got a bounce back up. Futures, though, man, maybe I should have been a little bit greedy, but that's what we've got on that one. And then let's go to the future side of things real quick as that's coming to the downside. And we made a where is, oh, there it is. Futures trade. Once it went ahead and rejected VWAP, here is where we went short. We tried to get more fills around the 40.06. We couldn't. And then we took gains as it came to the downside. Now you keep an eye on 39.92 and see if it wants to act as support. You can look left, and it did. It acted as support here by about a couple of points as well. And then we can see if we get a little bit more of a downward move. But that's pretty much my trade. Keep an eye on Google if it wants to continue to the downside. But hopefully y'all learned something.
All right, we'll see what else is going on in the market. It's going to be that type of day. We'll see what happens Definitely is going to be a tough day. Like always, it's going to be a little chop. We saw some Bitcoin news change this market up today. So we'll see what happens towards the bell. And like always, stick around, team. We got Benzinga Live after this. We're going to go through some education right now, of
All right.
course.
See you,
And
Mitch.
then, yeah, I'll get you out of here, Zunaid. Have a good one, man. All right, Zunaid's out of here. He's wrapping up, and we'll get you guys to some education here from Rob Smith. Don't miss that, team. That's coming right up. And then after that, Benzinga Live, and then Stock Market Movers. Of course, I'll be back here, of course, with my show starting at 1 p.m. Let's get you over now to some kind of education. Like always, we want to bring you guys a little bit of extra towards the end of the live trading. This is where especially our new traders can really focus and kind of nail down some new skills to add to their kind of their tool belt, right? We always say have some tools and not just having one style of trading. I think that's definitely a benefit to a lot of traders out there. So let's go ahead. We're going to put this on for you guys. You guys can check this out. This is from the June boot camp. But like I said, look at this the strategy that's in here. It's not necessarily where the prices are going, and maybe compare what he was talking about with what actually happened in the future. See if what the patterns that he was calling out actually worked out. That's one way to definitely learn from a strategy, is to actually run through it here. So I'll give you guys this previously recorded Chapter 10 Introduction to Strat-Based Investing with Trading Rob Smith, Commander-in-Chief of the Strat system. Let's go ahead. Let's get into it, and you guys can check it out for yourself. Like always, hit the like if you guys enjoy this. We'll see what happens. Soccer World Cup, Germany, Argentina, not dead yet. Yeah, they're not dead yet. We'll see what happens. Germany was able to tie up yesterday. U.S. needs to get a nice little win. We'll see what happens on U.S. Also, Brazil plays later today. Have fun, team. I'll see you in a little bit, and we'll get to Benzinga Live coming up after this. But let's go ahead. Let's play a little bit of Rob Smith here. Enjoy learning a little bit of the Strat. Oh, and I would mess it up here. I'm sorry about that, guys. Here you go. And one of the things I like to do is definitely keep on watch. I keep
hanging in there. It's another Fed day out of the way, so always look forward to that type of action. Some people try to avoid it, but on a Fed day, good things can happen. So today was just a little bit more choppy, but doing all right. Ready to talk some Strat.
I definitely agree with you. We definitely had the volatility, and when it's volatile times, you might want to look at Rob Smith's strategy here to go ahead and deal with what's going on. And one of the things I like to do is definitely keep on watch. I keep Sarah the Sniper a lot of the times on my Twitter. I see Rob always active, so check this on out, guys. Tell me what you guys think in the chat. We'll talk a little bit about the Strat after. Go ahead, Rob.
All right, so just to introduce people to what the Strat is. First of all, you always want to use multiple time frame analysis. That's one big mistake that a lot of traders make, is they only look at one time frame. Some traders don't even look past the daily chart. We will, and I'll show you, a little bit of what I talked about in Las Vegas and what has happened. But multiple time frame analysis tells you what different participation groups are doing. So, in a nutshell, here's four. If you have my screen up yet, you'll see. What we use basically is the daily, 60, weekly, and monthly. I'll make sure you can read that. And I'll get into continuity, and that's what that means here. But essentially, if you look at the Strat, from one bar to the next, there's only three things that can possibly happen, right? We call them scenarios. Okay, scenario one would be right here. That's an inside bar, not strong enough to take out the highs, not weak enough to take out the lows. That defines consolidation. The next scenario is a 2, and it can be a 2 up or down. And all that means is here takes out the highs, right? And that's a 2 up. Or you can have a 2 down, and we don't have one on here, but yeah, this is a 2 down by taking out the previous lows, right? And the third thing that could possibly happen is one of the most important things you can know, because when people try and do pattern recognition, there's only one pattern that shows up on multiple time frames. Because if you change your time frames, whatever people think they're looking at disappears. However, this is an outside bar. You take out both sides of the range, right? That's important to know about because that's how you can properly gauge magnitude. If you've ever said, I got out too early, you don't know how to gauge magnitude, right? We do, right? Because once you fail to and start going back the other way, we're expecting to take out the other side because we know that exists. It's not a pattern per se. We call it a phenomenon that both sides of ranges get taken out, right? They do. So another thing, let me blow these up a little bit bigger for you, is we call time frame continuity. And what that means is I want to have my four time frames lined up in the same color on the candle, right? So here, when we started to tank, it's like if we're red on the day, we're red on the week, and we're red on the month, and anytime we're red on the 60, this thing's going down. And what that alerts us to is algorithmic activity, right? Because most trading is based on computer programs, whatever you call them, algorithms, automated trading, whatever you want to call it. So when that condition is occurring, you have to tell it 5 things. One is how many shares you want to do, but 4, more importantly to us, what do you want it to do it in? SPY. Do you want to buy or sell? Sell. How do you want it to sell? Do you want to stay on the offer or do you want to hit the bid? And the 4th, when do you want it to do it and for how long? So what we want to do is have the participation groups separate, which can't happen until the 2nd hour on Tuesday. Doesn't mean we don't trade on Monday, just means we gain more information. Because on a Monday, first hour, the 60 and the daily and the weekly are all the same opening. After the first hour, the daily and the weekly are still the same all day. On Tuesday, you get the first hour and daily are the same opening. But after that, we call that uncoupling. Now I can identify 4 participation groups by price and time. That's important for me to know because I want to know, are they selling it this month? Yeah. They selling it this week? Yep. They selling it today? Yep. They selling it right now? They are, right? We can get in on that. So that's really important concept because people who don't know that are fighting and say, well, it's coming into my support level. I'm like, you got full time from continuity to the downside. We're going through that, right? And here, to help you gauge magnitude, how often this has happened in the last year here. If we go to this monthly chart, this was an outside bar. That went 2 and then failed. So when it starts coming through here, we're looking to take that out, which it did. Then here, it took that out and started coming back through. We knew about that month too. Here, it actually went up, came all the way through, and then rallied back to the middle. So what I say often is once a 3, always a 3 can't not be. What that means is if they're willing to pay up on one side of the range and sell down, they might pay up or sell down again. They might do it again. It's a broadening formation on a shorter time frame. Thus, the name it gets bigger. And so in this case, it tried to go back up, and then it took out the highs, and then the bottom fell out here in January. And we knew about that. Once it started coming through, we're going to take this out, right? And when they say once a 3, always a 3 can't not be, you're going to notice this. These were outside, and this was outside of all that, right? The formation gets bigger. We know that. And that's where, if people don't know that, where the traders that make a little bit, make a little bit, make a little bit, and then wipe everything out, they don't know about that. That's what happens to them, right? And so software is going to present information the way it wants to. So this per se, not an outside bar. Well, it was on this on the weekly here, 2 down. But if this was a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 day chart, it would be an outside bar of all that, right? So what we do is we train our minds to see things that aren't being presented by software. You don't want to read a chart, right? You want to analyze the statistical data that it's representing. And that's what we're doing when we see this, right? So at this point, we know here, another 2 down on the month. I knew about that. We knew about this all month, right? It's perfect. And then we wait for that slight higher high up here. And here's an inside day, all right? The 1, 2. That's a signal to the downside. Took out all this range and it kept going and get killed. So when it got down to here, we were looking to take this out, right? Which we did. So there's only so many, based on 1, 2, and 3, there's only so many places, there's only many ways price reverses and price continues. Right? Obviously, continuation is a 2, right? And there's only so many types of reversals, right? So we can define reversal, right? And you can see here, if we go to PXD and all the energies earlier this year or on a weekly basis. Right, so one of the ways price reverses is a 2 in one direction followed by a 2 in the other direction. Okay, so this was a 2 down, right? It was boom, 2-2 reversal back through previous range. Okay, and this was also a 3 outside week, and a lot of energies did that, and we call that a simultaneous break. That means they were buying everything inside. Another thing you want to know is, are you coming back through a previous range, right? Some people say, oh, new highs, it's all blue skies up there. No, that's what the land of profit taking. The reason you want to come back through a previous range, not only to form an outside bar, but why that's important is because when we have algorithms that are buying, right, and they're taking the offer and it's coming back to the previous range, you're also going to be stopping people out because we know where they put stops, where they got in, right, or obvious pivots. So what happens is you're turning all these stops into more buyers, right? And things tend to accelerate faster when you come back to a previous range because they're removing liquidity. The programs aren't able to get the stock they're trying to get because the stops are slipping it, right? So that's a very important concept. Another way price can reverse is this: a 2 in one direction, a 1 inside, and then back in the other. Does this VXX just today? All right, so you can see that. So when you know what a reversal looks like, you don't have to. I mean, when you go to non-strat chat rooms, you're going to see a lot of subjective blah blah blah. Is this a buy? I don't know. I don't know. Is it a buy? I don't know. We know exactly what they look like. Full time frame continuity with an actionable signal, right? One of these reversals, preferably. And so, what are the things? So just from today, if you follow me on Twitter or you've been with me at all, you know that I teach trading reversals off the 30 and 60 gap list, right? That I tweet out every morning. There was only 3 on them this morning. And if you knew that, top. See this 60? 2 down inside 212 reversal. And that triggered on the 60 minute today at 23.59. And 4 hours later, rallied up to 38.10, right? Pretty powerful stuff, right? Not bad. If you go to today, Netflix. So Netflix didn't have the continuity on the month and just been chopping around the weekly, but there's something called control, right? So when you have these 4 time frames, I like to teach in analogies. It's like football, all right? Your monthly is your offensive line. Your weekly is your wide receivers and tight ends. Your daily is your running back and fullback, and the 60 is your quarterback because the 60 always has the ball first, right? The question is, how good is he? You know, we prefer to have, everybody going, but here today, 2 down, yesterday, 2 up, all right? Over 172.06 up to 181.34. There's $9, another $9, not bad. And once again, these 2 become an outside bar of that, and potentially you can go after that now. So we'll see. But you always want to know what reversals look like, right? So you don't say I'm going to buy in a pullback. I'm going to buy in a reversal. So if we take this down to a shorter time frame, today, I'm sure what we look for: corrective activity on the shorter term against the desired direction. Okay, that's here. Let me blow this up so you can see this. You'll notice here it goes up, it reverses, 2, 1, 2 down. Then it goes 2 down. There it is, 2-2 reversal on the 15-minute back through a previous range, and off she goes. Right, and then you know to protect yourself when you're coming into the Fed. But that's how you know how to enter. You find one of these reversals against you, and then one back in your desired direction. All right. If we take a look at like XLU, so XLU been having all sorts of problems, and so another way that price reverses is called a rev strat. All right, what that means, it's reversing an attempt to break that 1 bar consolidation here. This is an inside bar. It tried to go up and continue to go 2-1-2 continuation, but then starts to fail and go 3. It's a reversal of this consolidation. right? So if you go back to PXD, the other way that happens on a monthly basis is this, the 1, 2, 2. And what that does is you go back to the previous range. We know when you have full time frame continuity here, you're going to stop people out here, 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 while the machines are buying for you. Make sense? Because we know where people put their obvious stops. If you go to something like here, AERC, right? So you can see this thing, and if you go to the 30, today, you're going to see this. Now, we know this thing is high continuity to the upside. There's my offensive line, my wide receivers, running back, good to go, all right? And the outside bar, the 1-3 rev strat forming, so we're looking for that to be an outside bar. And then if you go to the 30-minute, 2 up slightly, 2 down, 2-2 reversal, and that broke above 1535 before running to 2370. And these are just examples from today. This happens all the time. You just have to know about it, all right? So if we go to, also today, something's important called event continuity, right? And event continuity means that today we had the Fed come out. So just like we want to watch all the greater time frames, we also want to know about an event, because now we want to know how is the market, what direction does the market go from when the Fed came out, right? So if we go back to a 5-minute, here's when the Fed news came out. 378.14. I want to know about that level until we discernibly get out of there, all right? Because that is going to tell me whether the market is accepting this as bullish or bearish news, all right? So that's also going to be an important level. Event continuity, very important, because we'll also use that for, like, energy number comes out Wednesday mornings. Also, natty gas comes out on Thursday morning. But anytime news comes out during a trading day, we want to also pay attention to that. That's going to see how they're being affected by that. If we go to the previous range we got, so there's something I talked about in Las Vegas, very important, called a simultaneous break. And so like with that XLU here, once this thing started to go 3 and started breaking really hard like this, almost every utility was doing the same thing. Detroit Ed, AEP, you name it, they all look the same. What's that telling me? That's telling me that they are not discerning utilities and saying, we like this over that. The institutions are saying, we'll sell everything. If you're a utility, we're selling you. That's important to know. They don't care. They're going to sell them all, right? And we're going to know that by how many twos are breaking in the same direction in the same sector at the same time with full time frame continuity. And once you're coming back to a previous range, looking for you to get mutilated. You see this? The 5-minute up in here. 2 up, 2 down, back through a previous range. And I know not everybody's going to trade on a 5-minute, but there's people who are ninjas and, are on the 1-minute. And then there's people who are using things to the longer term to build a 401k and such like that. So if we go to the big boy charts, and I showed this in Vegas, but I think it was a little hard to see on the screen if you watched the replay. So we'll do this again. Okay. Once again, no indicators necessary, because using moving averages, you're late, first of all. If it closes above my moving averages, that's positive. Nope, because it already had to have continuity to do it before that, right? It's true. It's also a moving average, and oscillators are lagging indicators. They follow the price, not the other way around, right? And the problem with that is a lagging indicator is an oxymoron. They also can't possibly have momentum, even though they're called momentum indicators, because the formula for momentum is mass times velocity. Price doesn't have mass. It's not possible. It's an analogy. It's like it does, but it doesn't, right? Just so know about that, because all these moves that I'm showing you, a lot of this destruction happened above the 200-day, and a lot of the rally back happened below the 200-day. So you can throw that out. But if we go to the SPY, yearly, okay. Now, based on what I told you, people always want to say, well, if you go back to former market cycles, does it work and everything? It has to, because it's impossible not to have a 1, 2, or 3, right? And since we know what reversals look like based on those and combinations thereof, we know exactly what's happening. So if you were a fund manager going back to 95, you're good to go. 2 up on the year, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up. Now, at this point, it's a 2 up and starts to go red, right? In the year 2000 at 148.25, right? So it didn't go 3. It was still a 2 up, but you'd be alerted to the potential of it taking it out, right? You would. And there's your 2-2 reversal on the year, and down she goes, right? Then these 3 on a 3-year chart would be an outside bar of these guys. Then what happened? Then inside bar, the 2 1-year, right, in 2003. But you'd already known about that continuity right here. This thing's going back great. Let's get set up the 2-1-2 reversal. What you got? The 2 inside, 2. 2 up, you're still good. 2 up, you're still good. 2 up, but backs off. So, like I said, back to the previous range is what you want. Once it gets into the highs, then I don't know. Then that's the land of profit taking, right? There's nothing else to take out. We want to take out these pivots. We want to come back through a previous range because we know we're going to stop people out. Then what happened? 2-2 reversal, financial crisis, below 136.75. Would you have known about that? You would. You would have. And you know you're coming back to a previous range again and getting slaughtered. Then 2 down, change in continuity. These 3 years become an outside bar of all that. The broadening formation, thus the name gets bigger, until there's eventually a continuation breakout, right? But until that, this is why people can get chopped up not knowing this stuff, because anybody getting chopped up in here is no way near they're going to touch it up here. If you got chopped up in here, no way. I got chopped up 4 or 5 times in here. I think I'm going to pay up another $10. That's exactly when you want it, right? When they're moving. So here was that 2 down, 2-2 reversal. All right. Doji year, you would have been alerted down into here to protect yourself, but then off to the races again, 2 here. And at this point, we're looking for these guys to become an outside bar of this stuff, which you got a real powerful year there, right? And so then when we got up to here, this was a 3-year. They tried to take it down. And then once that continuity changes, you would have known you're going to go take that out, right? You would have protected yourself here, right? 2018. And then what happened? Once a 3, always a 3 can't not be, right? Then 2020, it opened and went higher for the first month. And then pandemic kicked in and clobbered it. Once it changed continuity here, you would have known about that. There's going to be an outside year for sure. It was, all right? But then once a 3, always a 3 can't not be. If they did it once and sold down, they might buy it back up, which they did, right? We'll get to that monthly in a second. But here, this selling is being rejected because you're a 3 back up. Then boom, last year, the 3-2 to the upside. What's happening this year? Whole different story. So if you're a buy the dipper who's been getting clobbered, you didn't know about this stuff. We did, all right? So it's certainly something you want to know about. And if you go to QQQ, Q's here. This is a 2-2 reversal a year below 297.45, right? That's something you'd want to know about? It is, all right? All that kind of stuff. So, because as you can see here, that it's in everything, and you can't change this at all. It's impossible. So even if the whole world knows it, you're still going to have different participation groups with different size accounts. You still got to get in and you still got to get out, right? So we know that. And let's say that I'm a giant hedge fund that needs to buy a ton of stock. I might use that continuity against me. Otherwise, I'm not going to get any stock and I'm going to run the thing, all right? And when things occur matters. Maybe I'll do that knowing that it's going to take me at least a month to buy all this stock. So I'm going to use the last 2 weeks of a month or a quarter to start buying. And then once that flips, which is a new time frame, then we can start gunning it because we already bought a bunch of stocks. So there's a whole lot of different ways people are going to be using this in the future. And it's my belief, and I've been saying this for 10 years, eventually no trading decision will be made without lining this up. It's just too efficient. A lot of people will say you need a bunch of screen time and you got to grind your account to zero a couple times to learn. I say that's not true. People say, oh, you learn from losing. I said, no, you don't. You lose. And it makes you more squeamish when you have on your next trade. And you're more likely to get out of a winner faster if you just had a loser. I know that. So one of the most important things I did when I started trading, if I started to lose, I would stop. Period. Stop trading. You're losing, right? So don't grind your account into zero. All there is 1, 2, 3 combinations thereof. And once you know that, there's, I showed you a couple ways of price reverses. That's all you really need to know. There's a few more, but also there's so much opportunity when you know what we know. Let me go back to that. I want to get in these energy names. That I have to sometimes slow people down. They're like, whoa, this is way too much information. I'm like, stay in your lane, trade just a certain, condition. Some people say, oh, I just want to trade the same stock over an Apple, Tesla, whatever. You want to trade the same condition. You want to learn how these conditions act. Say, all right, if this goes, where's it going, Rob? It's going up there. Are you sure? Yep. Unless I have a reversal against me, that's where it's going. And so you can gauge your magnitude correctly. One of the things I also talked about here, from the simultaneous break I just talked about in XLU, on a yearly basis, it's happening in XLE, the 212 XLE after last year's 312 or 2 years ago debacle that we also knew about, right? Back to the previous range, 212 back to previous range and up, right? And do you know who's doing that over there? Everybody. Exxon, Chevron. So from an investment standpoint, a lot of people will use these macro charts. I make a macro video once a month talking about the quarterly signals and the yearly signals in force, because when you have these signals, what we call in force means as long as this signal's open, if this candle's still good, now, yes, we went into the highs, right? So we don't have anybody to stop out, but because it's a yearly signal, it'll set up, might have a couple months down, but it'll set up. And if you got the break, all these things broke on the first day of the month or the first day of the year. It was a perfect break. And you can see how much higher they are, right? And then if you go to the triple, Nergu, this thing went over 220.22, hit a high so far, 797. As a matter of fact, after I spoke in Vegas and explained the simultaneous break in the energy stocks, they had no lower lows for the next 11 days. So the good part about that was you say, well, Rob, this thing's backed off quite a bit. I'm like, yeah, but would you have known that? And let me show you. Here it was. No lower lows after this. Up she goes. But then here, 2-2 reversal in the daily. Would that have alerted you? It would have. So you would have been protecting yourself, if not getting short, right? Because I don't mind getting short with their money, right? It's not to open a position here, but if you just made all this, you can take that, because if it works, it's going to set up the 2-2 weaker, which it got clobbered, right? But from a longer term standpoint, we can still look forward to reset up over the course of the year, because now you can see it's red on the month, so that gave us caution. You always want to be looking further down the road. If this works, what will it create? Because some people will get locked up in just looking straight at the continuity, saying, okay, well, I can't buy this because it's red on the month. Well, if it's green on the day and 60 in the week, I can't identify that those monthly sellers are still here. All right, that's what we're trying to do. Identify participation groups by price and time. So another thing you can do with the strat is here. not only do I want to have continuity, I want to see how much continuity I have, right? How bright green or red is this thing? So let's say I go to the yearly here. I want to know who's up most for the year, where I might want to be. Ooh, PXD is a good one, up $77. All right, that's AMR, another good one. Let's take a look here. Yep, just two up, and off she goes. Not bad, all right? Let's see. There you go. Right here. The 2 down, 2 up weaker. Then you can stomach all this noise, especially if you're a longer term investor. That's like, all right, I got my good price. I got it at 65.76 up to 19.54. We'll take that one, right? Real good stuff. So you can do that. I want to know how much continuity, and then I also, like I said, I'll see it in the charts, but I want to see if there's a concentration to tell me there's a simultaneous break going on. Is there? You bet there is. PXD, Valero, Chevron, Amarada Hess, EOG, LPI, FANG, right? You can see all of those in there. That tells us they're buying the energy, and keep an eye on that and wait for those reversals. And once again, let's go back to the XLE. And XLE, once again, your corrective activity, the 2 down, 2 up, that was a monster week for all of them. And they all look the same. There's your Chevron, there's your Exxon, 2-2 reversals. So understanding these very basic concepts will clean up your mind. And that's what you want to do. You want to have confidence. And so if you're new to the strat, one of the good things is we can communicate very quickly, right? We know what reversals look like, and we know what continuity is, right? And so we have a great ability to scan the market very fast and communicate to each other. I said when you go into a non-strat chat room, oftentimes it's a mess. Well, this could be my level, and this could be my thing, and does anybody think there's a buy? And just no clue. Like, if you have to ask if something is a buy, it's not. Right? That's what I tell people. If you don't know, then no, it's a nothing. You have to know why something's going to work and where it's going to go if it does. Right? And if it doesn't, jump shit. Right? There's an unknown participant. I don't know who's in there, so I just get out. Right? Because when you know what I'm telling you, we know how far they're going to go. And then once again, they all did it again on the downside. 2 up, 2 down on the daily. Warning sign, get out, and then you can reverse. Right? Because if that works, it's going to take that out. Last week's lows. So let's see, what else did I want to touch on here? Do we field questions here? Because I can always take questions too. I don't like to have any deer in the headlights there. You can also go here. And who's getting killed? Good. Shop is down to 1,100. And I want to show you some shop I forgot to bring up in Las Vegas. And shop. If you pull up that yearly, not only is this a 2-2 reversal on the year here below this, 1,005.14, a $700 haircut here. But 2 years ago, here, when the second quarter opened, it opened the year at 402.58. And it opened the second quarter at 400. So all it needed was $2 to have full time frame continuity to the upside to tell you that this thing's going up, right? So you could have caught the upside and the downside if just by knowing what I'm showing you here. And you can see just all this carnage in here. The gig, the burrito's down 400, Tesla down 450. You can see this tells us where I wanted to be all year on the short side as well. So that gives you a nice hedge. You got your short tech and your long energy, good to go. Wonderful year. When a lot of people are struggling who don't know what I just explained to you. Now that you know, right, you can see things completely differently, and you don't have to guess. And really briefly, I make a video every night on my YouTube. It's rarely over 3 minutes. We don't have to do that. It's like, here's all the ones, here's all the combinations. We want to have combinations that can set off in the different time frames. Otherwise, we can have some conflict and we stay away. And then we just wait. During the day, we're just scanning for the stocks that are doing what we want them to do, that have full time frame continuity, that have a reversal that we're looking for, that if it works is going to trigger another signal, right? Because I always want to be forward thinking of what's down the road when things work.
All right, there you guys have it from our boot camps. You guys can catch these boot camps as they go live. We have one every month, so don't miss the boot camps. They're really good stuff. I love the boot camps. I think there's no better value that we give back on these boot camps because they're absolutely free. If you tune in to watch them, you get multiple lessons from multiple people that have built systems like you see Rob Smith here. And one of the things that he's stating there that I think is very important is using a non-discretionary system. What does non-discretionary mean? Well, like always, at that point in time, he said it himself. If you need to ask yourself, do I need to go long here? Well, that's not the system for you. That's what he's looking for. He's looking for non-discretionary. At that point in time, the strat says, I need to go long here. I go long here. And that's what he tried to build with the strat. So can't blame him for going with that outlook. Looks like I got Hendricks crawling in the background. AB ready to go. Benzinga Live coming up next. But I hope that you guys appreciated that learning lesson from our boot camps. And we're going to continue bringing these. I would love to hear comments from you guys, how you guys feel about these situations. But like always, I'll go ahead and pull this down. Now I'll get you guys over to Benzinga Live. That's coming up next. But to do that, I got to tell you guys, of course, about our big event that's coming up December 7th. Don't miss it, team. It's going to be in New York City. You don't want to miss the future of crypto. And yes, I said it, the future of crypto coming to you guys. Well, if you want to find out who's still building, who has some outlook going into the future, you don't want to miss it. Of course, our crypto event that's going to be December 7th. And of course, use your promo code, get 20% off. I want to see someone use Money Mitch 20. Money Mitch 20. You guys know, use it. I'll put it up here for you guys. Use that discount today and get your 20% off on the future of crypto. Hendricks is ready for AB. I'm ready for AB. Let's get it started. We'll get you guys over to Benzinga Live.
What is up, everybody? Happy Monday. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga Live. We've been a little hiatus here. First show in a few days. Of course, taking off. Oh, AT, I think my mic needs to be turned on. All right. Oh, there we go. I've seen the thumbs up from Money Mitch in the background. There we go. Welcome back to the show, everyone. We were off for a few days for Thanksgiving, so I hope everyone had a great holiday. Shout out Nicholas Brown in the chat. Nicholas Brown will be joining us on stream here in a few minutes because Nick is still off. Or he's got another day off of school right now from Thanksgiving still. So let me know in the chat what everyone's highlight was, whether it was food related or some sort of event they did with their family. I was back home in Missouri, which is why I was not filming or streaming the show last week. But we're back, and I'm glad we're back because we've got some big news, some big stock market movers today. As always, S&P 500 down almost exactly 1% as we start the show. 11:35 a.m. Eastern. Here today, S&P 500 down about 1%. Your Q's down a little bit less than that, and then your Dow Industrial Average down about 0.8%. So, overall, just a down day across the board right now. All major indices are in the red. We'll see exactly which sectors are outperforming and underperforming. You can see energy getting absolutely crushed today, down about 2%. So, a lot of your big energy names, so you're looking at your Chevrons or your Oxys getting hit today, but we'll talk about that. Something that's been on the top of my radar has been China names. If you guys have been following the news at all, you've been seeing that there's been big protests, civil unrest in China. And you might think, okay, that's super bearish, whatever. No, some of these Chinese names are actually up today. You go to CQQQ, up more than 2%. We'll talk about maybe why that is, why these protests are even happening in China. And again, so to me, from a pure investment standpoint, I'm not trying to make any, political claims or anything like that about China. The fact that these names are trading higher amidst these protests is a good sign to me. It's a sign that that potentially investors see these protests as a bullish thing, that okay, now the government can't do some of these more extreme things that it may have wanted to do in terms of zero COVID policy or whatever, because they have to appease some of these protesters, so moving toward a more open society. Maybe that's part of why the stocks are trading higher. Maybe it's just that they're so already beaten down that the people are willing to buy them on any opportunity to do so. So we will talk about China names. We'll talk about tech names. We're going to talk about Black Friday sales with Nicholas Brown. Again, it is also Cyber Monday today. So don't forget that if you're still in the market for buying some Christmas gifts, some things today, Cyber Monday could be a great day to do that. Let's check it on Apple right here, down 2%. So we mentioned the China protests. So Foxconn, which is Apple's main iPhone manufacturer over in China, is being affected by those protests. So you're seeing Apple stock get hit by that today. So down 2% from Foxconn protests in China. Now, as far as over the last 10 years, this is probably the hardest position Apple's been in as a company, kind of, I guess. I mean, you can make the argument that amid an overall downturn, Apple actually benefits from that because it's in such a strong position with how much cash it holds on its balance sheet compared to other companies. Kind of one of those situations where out of a crisis or a hard time, the stronger gets stronger. You could make that argument for Apple, but just in terms of like iPhone and computer demand, Apple is now faced with this kind of potential drop in demand, drop in sales for the first time in years and years and years. So having this Foxconn protest on top of all these other headwinds, not a great sign for Apple. Although I will say Apple's, basically any kind of blip, any kind of problem that's been associated with the stock sell-off has just been a buying opportunity for Apple over the past 20 years. And to be honest, I don't really see this as anything quite different. I mean, I think like if it were me and I weren't long Apple already and I went long here, I would basically say like, all right, like you've got about 10% to the downside max, right? If this drops another 10%, that'd be $14 down to like 130. We haven't really gotten below 130 unless you want to go all the way back to June. And that was barely. So basically around 130, like I'd be buying Apple all day long. Here at 145, I think there's more of an upside potential than a downside. But again, I'm more talking about long-term rather than a swing trade because I could see Apple continuing to move down in the short term. Tesla relative strength, have not seen that in a while. Yeah, I mean, if you just zoom out and look at this chart on the daily chart, it just looks like pretty ugly. You can see on this, top right here, top right here, top right here, top right here, top right here. Every single time you're just making lower highs. It's not to say we aren't at a pretty important level here on Tesla. I would just watch this throughout the week. I mean, if it stays strong, you see the RSI got pretty low last week, starting to come back a little bit. So I don't know if there's any fundamentals that this is moving on or just some technicals. Yeah, that is Tesla. You do have to consider has more of exposure to China and the Chinese economy than most U.S. companies. Not every single one, but Tesla's China presence is important and is legit. So if the situation worsens in China, continue to look over there. 100%. If I let me go back and qualify. I said something along the lines of, but what I meant was I don't see a lot of risk in buying it at 145 because 130 is like kind of where I would step my stop loss, so 10% to the downside. At the end of the day, to be clear to Jay Rice's point, he's 100% right. No matter what stock you're talking about, I don't care if it's the cheapest stock out there or the strongest business. A stock is still a speculative asset, so there's always going to be inherent speculation and risk involved there. But I mean, come on. It's Apple. It's Apple. Although, yeah, I don't know. How's ARKK doing? Let's check in on ARKK today. $35. Whatever happened, ARKK had its like best day ever. Was that 2 weeks ago? Closed up like 11% in a day. 14%. What's it done since then? I guess it continued moving higher from there, but then now it's sold off. We're like right back where we were, where we started before that day. I mean, the day before that closed at 32.5 or at 35 right now. Seekin is saying growth stocks equals growth. Tesla cutting costs equals keeping up growth flexible. I'm bullish on Tesla as a growth company. So, Seegan, if I understand what you're saying correctly, basically it's just that Tesla has kind of cut down on some of its spending and growth just to become flexible, and so you'd rather see Tesla more focused on that growth rather than saving some of the cash right now? The problem with Tesla is it's grown at such a fast pace. And I think that growth becomes harder and harder to maintain the bigger you get as a company. And once people start seeing that growth rate slowing is kind of really when, you know, people will start kind of wanting to fly out of the stock. So I don't know if that growth rate has started to slow yet, or if there's been fears of that. Go buy 4 quarters with $1, risk-free. Didn't anyone think 6 months ago you would see multiple Bitcoin exchanges go belly up and anything can happen? Actually, I obviously, I think for most people, they did not see that coming, but there were a lot of people, some of which we've even had on the show, that basically for kind of months and months and months had been calling for that or for something similar to happen, just basically based on the fact that a lot of the industry had been... I mean, okay, you go back and watch, there's an HBO documentary about Beanie Babies. I'm honestly not sure when this came out. Let's look it up. HBO Beanie Babies documentary. I have no clue when this came out. This came out... Beanie Babies release date. December 23rd, 2021. All right, so in context, this was... last December. That was a month after Bitcoin was trading at its all-time high. Let's see where Bitcoin was at. We're looking at December 2021 right here. So Bitcoin's at 47,000. It's down 66% from there. In that documentary, if you go and watch it now, and again, this came out when Bitcoin was well above 40,000, they call cryptocurrency a not a Ponzi scheme, but what would you call Beanie Babies? A bubble asset? So, like, a lot of people had been kind of outspoken about, okay, like, this industry is being propped up by a lot of marketing and buzzwords, and there's not a lot of real meat and potatoes there. So, there were a lot of people, I think, Jay Rice, that, you know, had foreseen that industry imploding at some point. Again, to your point, definitely was not the consensus even on the market. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had Coinbase trading at, you know, wherever it was, even as little as months ago. You know, a few months ago, 7 months ago, this was a $200 stock. So, like, I obviously people did not see this happening. By the way, Coinbase trading at a $10 billion market cap. I am not very bullish on this stock here. You know, I think to be bullish Coinbase, you have to be bullish Bitcoin here, which I really wouldn't want to be. Yes, what is with the oil jumping? Let's check it out. USO, go to a 5-minute chart. All right, something's definitely going on here. Several oil stocks. Hey, yo, Bill. Can we get... Huh? All right. Well, when we find it, we're going to get an updated WIM out there. Here's what I'll do real quick. Go to Twitter always. Go to USO maybe. We'll go to latest. See if we got any news headlines. Crude races decline. Up 6.5 following report OPEC Plus will seriously consider cut at new meat. So I have no clue if this is real or not. This is coming from Alfred, the macro news wire. Literally the first tweet that I saw. All right, we're seeing it come up again. OPEC Plus will seriously consider new cut at next meet. Again, not sure how verified that is. Do not take my word for it. But those are the rumors being on the street, is that OPEC Plus, which of course is your oil producing and exporting countries plus a few more, I guess. That's kind of the country, the cartel, if you will, of countries that have control over the oil supply. They go into these OPEC meetings to decide how much oil are they going to produce, how much oil are they going to cut to, either prop up the price of oil or make the price go lower. So I guess they're saying that they're debating cutting production, which would then raise the price, because if you lower supply but demand stays steady, that price point will go higher. So OPEC Plus supposedly, allegedly, reportedly, not confirmed, not reporting from Benzinga, might consider cutting some production. So you're seeing some oil spikes across the board. No problem, Raptor. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get to our first guest of the day, my man downtown, Nick Brown. I miss having Nick on Nick on the show regularly because he's gone back to school, but we're lucky enough to have him with us today. So without further ado, let's go ahead and give Nick our very special Zinger intro and get him on the show. What is up, Mr. Brown? How you doing?
It is so good to be back. It feels like it's been a while.
Woo! I know you hopped on a few days ago when Jason was on, but our thing got cut short, so it didn't really feel like a full session. So first of all, Nick, before we hop into stocks and some of the finance stories, how was your Thanksgiving, man?
It was very well. Went Black Friday shopping, tweeted out some updates. I got to see some cousins of mine that I haven't seen in a few years, I should say, because of COVID. So it was a great Thanksgiving. Good to be back with family. I heard that you were on vacation. How was that?
I was just back home in Missouri visiting family, and it was amazing. I mean, it was great to be home. I wouldn't really consider it vacation. I guess it kind of was vacation. I mean, I was away from work. I was home, which was nice. But it's not like I was chilling at the beach sipping on some, mojitos or anything. I was just home having a good time.
No, it was good. Did you do any Black Friday shopping?
I have not, Nick. So today's Cyber Monday. I don't know if you're aware, and I'm going to start looking at some Cyber Monday deals. Oh no! Oh man! All right. So the one thing I was looking at is not on a Cyber Monday deal. That's not good.
Well, I will tell you, the Walmart near me was actually advertising on Black Friday for a 65-inch TV for like $220. And so we actually just bought the new TV on Friday. And in some of these deals, you really have to look into them, because one of the stories we were going to talk about Apple, because I was at the mall near me on Friday, and the amount of people that were buying or trying to buy an Apple iPhone, the new 14 Pro Max, was just amazing. And I was in the store for about 30 minutes, but the amount of times that the representative or the employer said, "I'm sorry, we do not have this iPhone 14 Pro," or "We do not have this iPhone 14 Pro Max," in the matter of 30 minutes was just astonishing to hear. And I mean, some of these people were trying to upgrade from a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, even at a 12 to a 14, where some of them from like the 10 and the 11 ended up having to go with the 13 because they just did not have enough quantity. They says that they weren't sure when they were going to expect these models to come in. So a lot of these people updated or upgraded their iPhone to the 13, just not the 14. I think they only had like the 14 or the 14 plus, they only had like one model of it, like the 1 terabyte was the only thing they had in stock. So it was eager, and it was very eager to see how many people were buying things. But I'll tell you, Macs were going a lot, tablets were going a lot. So a lot of people were out buying.
Yeah, I saw, and I haven't gone too much into the, to the reports yet, but I saw a headline that was saying that Black Friday sales were their highest ever this year so far, or what's the deal there, Nick? Have you seen?
Yeah, Adobe Analytics says that it was the highest, 9.1 billion, and they're expecting more for Cyber Monday. But I was going through the report last night that Adobe put out Friday, and this continues to get updated. But the top 4 actually for items that were bought on Black Friday were an Xbox Series X, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, drones, and MacBooks. And on Thanksgiving, people were still buying on Thanksgiving. Nintendo Switch, Roblox, Paw Patrol, and Instapots were the top items.
Instant Pots is interesting because I don't know. I literally just went on Amazon Prime a second ago to look at some of the cyber deals, and I don't know if we can. Let me try to see if we can get it. Oh no, my thing is off. But anyway, one of the things that popped up on the home screen was this Instapot, and I clicked on it because I was curious. I don't think I'm going to order it, but it's curious that they are advertising on the homepage. I clicked on it. You're saying it's one of the top gifts. Something else I find interesting. We talk a lot about, Microsoft, Activision, Sony for PlayStation. But you mentioned Nintendo Switches. I don't hear a lot about Nintendo stock. I understand it's an OTC stock. I believe, still headquartered in Japan. But why do you think that is, Nick, that people don't seem that interested in Nintendo stock, at least not as interested as some of these other video game plays?
No, it's very interesting because there's the divergence between Nintendo and PlayStation, because PS5s, because that's the new thing, is PlayStation 5s. Those are still very hard to get. I was at the Target on Saturday still trying to find out some deals, and let alone there was people in line trying to get a PlayStation, and they said, sorry, we only have a quantity of like 2 or 3, and there was a whole line out the door waiting for just PlayStations. And Nintendos are really good too, because I really think there's a divergence between the Nintendos and the PlayStations or the Xboxes. Me, I'm a PlayStation person, but my uncles, they have Nintendos, because it's a little device too that I really think that you could carry around and play periodically than trying to bring your big PlayStation and trying to hook it up to a TV or hook it up with an Xbox. Where the Nintendo, it's very small and you can get the different sizes, but you can get the little downloadable games. And I think it's a more portable version. But for the Nintendo stock, we've heard a lot of supply chain issues. A lot of people are still trying to deal with those. PlayStation, I think there's a lot of supply chain issues still going around. But for me, PlayStation, Nintendo on a home basis would be a PlayStation, but on the go basis would probably be a Nintendo.
Got it. Yeah, and I mean, I honestly, the Switch is a very cool system, and what I like the, I don't know what it is about it, but I feel like maybe it's the nature of it, just because you have these like old Nintendo games that feel nostalgic, right? You can play your old Pokemon or an old, Legend of Zelda. But I like the fact that if you have a Switch laying around, you can really just pop it up, sit there, play Zelda for 30 minutes, boom, save the game, put it down. I feel like with PlayStations and Xbox, the way gaming has gotten with a lot of like online, Fortnites and Call of Duties, it's gotten a lot harder to do that, right? To just have a quick break, play for 15 minutes, and then put it down. I like that about the Switch. It makes it easier to do so.
Yeah, and I mean, even going into the stores, I was going to say there was a lot of people at Lululemon. There's a lot of people shopping for clothes this year. There was one person, this one family I walked by, they had like 10 different bags from like 10 different stores. A lot of them were in Lululemon, Apple, Lovesac, Macy's, JCPenney's, and Adobe actually was out with some data as of yesterday, or actually I should say as of Friday. This was just updated right before I come on, but some of the discounts this year: toys, minus 31.8%, electronics, minus 23.4%, computers, minus 17.1%, apparel, minus 13.8%, appliances, minus 13.6%, televisions, minus 13%, sporting goods minus 6.3%, and furniture minus 4.6% for some discounts. And I mean, some of these discounts were updated too, where toys are actually even further, 34.1, electronics 23.9. So there's some deals happening. You really have to look underneath the surface for a deal. It's just not going to pop up and say, hey, we're having a deal, or it's going to be on the Cyber Monday, but it actually may not be a deal. It's just like they raise the price and then all of a sudden they're inching it down as the deal. So you really have to look inside for the deal. You have to look under the surface.
Yeah. And so Nick, you mentioned Lululemon there. I want to take a second here to hone in on Lululemon, because I mean, this stock has showed incredible strength over the past, we'll say, month or so. Here, let me go ahead and get a chart pulled up. But even with that, even with recent strength in the stock, currently trading at about $360, still about 22% off of our highs here. So, where did you say you were at a mall in person where you saw the Lulu getting mobbed, or you're going off of reports here?
No, I was actually in the mall watching all of these stores literally just filled with people. Believe it or not, I actually think that more people were out shopping in person on Black Friday in 2022 than they were back in 2019. I have never seen the mall near me this packed on a regular day, let alone Christmas for shopping. But on a Black Friday, this mall was packed. I mean, just trying to move without bumping into somebody was nearly impossible because how busy it was. And even trying to get home, it took us a good 30 to 40 minutes just to try and get out of the lot of the mall.
Yeah, I saw some reports that there was a mall, I forget where, I want to say somewhere out in Arizona or something, that was charging like $20 for parking spots to even get into the mall, like all this stuff. Lulu, I mean, again, like we're looking at the chart right here. This is a stock that I really, really like. The product itself, you know, is so popular that people are willing to pay the premium for it. I mean, just looking at the chart right here, you can see down here on the RSI, which here, it might be a little bit hard to see. Let's go ahead and get this setting a little bit. Let's change it to white. Let's get it a little bit thicker. There we go. RSI is getting a little high here, so you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of a little sell-off, people taking profits. But again, this is up about 20% over the last month. I really like Lululemon down here because I just think with its customer base, I think even with, like, if there is a small economic downturn, like, the people that buy Lulu are still gonna have money to buy Lulu. They're still gonna want to buy their new yoga pants and get in there. And I don't honestly think you need the company to have some sort of, like, game-changing new invention or anything. I think Lulu just literally needs to keep doing what it's doing, and it'll be a fine company. It's growing. It's going to keep making more money, and I'm a fan of it. I'm a fan of the stock right here, too.
Yeah, I know. Lulu is one of the top performers that are actually beating other competitors that are having the supply chain issues. For me, I don't really hear much of, hey, we're having Lululemon supply chain issues. Lululemon is continuing to outperform a lot of the major retailers like Walmart for clothes and the different areas for leggings, for anything. I mean, Lulu was just raided on Friday at the mall near me. And I mean, sales were in and out, and there were people buying tons of things. I really think Lulu in this environment is the outperformer. And if we had a recession, or if some people say that we are in a recession, Lulu is the outperformer in this case. And I just have hopes that I really think that it's going to continue being the outperformer, and it's going to continue to reflect the way it's doing.
Yeah, and staying on the in the industry of, we'll say, kind of, you know, retail, cosmetics, especially companies that's customers based are primarily women. Elf Beauty. I mean, look at this chart. Find me another chart right now that looks like this over the past 6 months. This is going back to May of 2022, so about 6 months ago. Elf Beauty was at $21 in 6 months. The stock has, I mean, honestly, it looks like it's just basically gone up every single day from $21 to $56. So I'll be curious when all the dust settles if Elf or any of the cosmetic companies were beneficiaries of Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Guys, let me know in the chat if you guys went shopping anywhere, or saw certain stores getting mobbed. Nike, you can see kind of hanging out down here. Nike's got to get interesting eventually, right, Nick? I mean, this thing is down from 180 from last November to about 100 here, so you're still down more than like 50%. Or sorry, not 50%, but let me do the real math real quick. Nike. What are some other names that you saw getting 40% on Nike, not 50? What are some other names you saw people shopping at, Nick?
I really saw a lot of people in the Macy's, J.C. Penney's. A lot of people too were in the jewelry section. I wasn't in the jewelry section. I was actually shopping for some new suit jackets and some new ties, and really the deals there in the J.C. Penney's and the Macy's was really the outperformer. I think one jacket, like a gray one, was regular retail price was like $140, and with Black Friday it was like $55. So it was, a lot of people were in the different sections, but it really, I don't want to say the big retailers outperformed, but like Lululemon's, and a lot of people were actually shopping for Small Business Saturday too, trying to support the small businesses. I really think the crowd, the shoppers really got out for Black Friday, for Small Business Saturday, really came back strong because they had a little bit of extra cash maybe that they saved up in 2020, 2021, and even this year. And they all put it together, and let alone you get that big sum amount, and they actually had money to spend.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm curious kind of when all the dust settles, when it's all said and done, who the biggest winners of Black Friday will be. I have a feeling Lululemon will be up there. You've got your big retailers as well, Walmart, Amazon, you name it. One interesting thing that I've brought up on the show before, I honestly don't really know if I have anything to back this up other than just last year, which isn't a big sample size. But my big prediction, Nick, will be that when after Christmas, Meta and Oculus will come out as I'm not going to say the winner, the top selling gift, but a big winner of the holiday season will be Oculus and will be Meta. Because last year, I don't know if you remember, but after Christmas, Oculus was the -- app on the App Store from everyone that had to download the app because they'd gotten the headset for Christmas. This year, Meta saw that last year and is saying, okay, this kind of outperformed expectations in terms of a holiday gift. Now, this year, we're going to spend more money on advertising, on commercials, kind of push this more. And I think it's going to have another strong year as a holiday gift. I don't know how much I don't know how many of them were sold, over Black Friday or Cyber Monday. Probably we aren't going to know that. I don't even know search volume wise if a lot of people are searching for it, but that is my kind of bold prediction going into the holiday season.
But do you really think they could keep up with the supply chain issues like Apple, what we're seeing across the globe? A lot of these technology companies, for people that are trying to upgrade phones, trying to get PlayStations, Nintendos, Oculuses, the biggest concern is that these tech companies, are they going to be able to, one, keep up with the demand that they're getting? And two, are they going to continue to have supply chain issues like many other retailers? And we're going to have to really see how Cyber Monday plays out. We're going to have to really look at Adobe, at Amazon, at what really people are trying to buy, because a lot of people do use Black Friday and Cyber Monday to shop for technology and to shop for Christmas gifts. And there were some TVs that are out of stock, that the 70, the 65-inch, the 70s are out on Walmart because of supply chain issues, out on Target because of supply chain issues. We're really going to have to watch this holiday season to see what the top gift is. It could be Oculus. I could agree with that too, because I do remember it being the top app in the United States, or I should say globally too. But we're going to have to really see the supply chain issues. It all comes back to supply chain. Are companies going to be able to keep up with this? What is going to be the number one performer? It could be the Instapot. It could be toys. It could be Xbox Series. It could be drones. It could be MacBooks.
Yeah, I will say, and I don't know this off the top of my head, I'm kind of just going off a hunch, kind of what I've seen. It does seem like this, it does seem like some of the supply chain issues, at least regarding, tech stuff, and I don't know if it's from a drop in demand or from now that there's more supply. But you know, like you go to a Walmart right now, you can actually buy a PS5. That like was not the case for most of last year. You know, like they actually have some of these things in stock. So if Meta, like you're saying, Nick, does have supply chain issues and is only able to produce X amount of Oculus headsets, if they sell all of them, I'm still going to consider that bullish. Even if they couldn't sell as many as they should because of the supply chain, I'm more worried about the demand right now, and not just for Oculus, but across the board. Because I think maybe a lot of the supply chain issues that we've seen are behind us. Now, knock on wood, of course, we don't really know what the outcome of these protests in China are going to be, how long things might be shut down there, or the exact situations going on. But it does seem like some of the supply chain issues have started to alleviate, have started to get better. Not that they're completely, you know, back to normal, ho-hum, but I don't know if that's Oculus's biggest concern going into this year's holiday season.
Well, believe it or not, as we're speaking of this just crossed over on Twitter from Benzinga. During Black Friday, electronic item sales surged 221%. Toy sales were up 285%. Exercise equipment was up 218%. What was in demand? Gaming consoles, drones, Apple MacBooks, Dyson products, Fortnite, Roblox, Bluey, Funko Pop, and Disney Encanto.
Yeah, I do remember Funko Pop was a big kind of beneficiary of holiday season a few years ago. Maybe that was here where it run up into. Yeah, I think this is the year that like people. I think it's one of those things that like Funko Pops, like a lot of investors, Wall Street, like didn't really understand it, know what they were, and then all of a sudden like you're seeing headlines. Oh my God! Every single kid in America asked for one of these for Christmas this year. Now we need to go buy a stock. Then the stock ripped up and then sold off, and it also got kind of swept up in some of those, NFT crazes that we've got a couple years ago. So, Nick, moving on from Black Friday, unless you've got any other, points you want to hit on Black Friday, is there anything else that's been top of your mind recently?
Apple, I mean, just from Wedbush analyst Dan Ives, he's really been hitting this story hard. He's really been putting out some notes. On Friday, he says, quote, "We believe many Apple stores now have iPhone 14 Pro shortages of up to 25 to 30% below normal, which is not a good sign heading into holiday season for Cupertino. The zero China COVID policy has been an absolute body blow to Apple's supply chain." In an article quoted on Benzinga, "We believe by early December it will be increasingly difficult to get your hands on an iPhone 14 Pro, with many delivery times likely pushed through early January." He was quoted in a CNN business article saying, "Every week of this shutdown and unrest, we estimate is costing Apple roughly $1 billion a week in lost iPhone sales. Now roughly 5% of iPhone 14 sales are likely off the table due to these brutal shutdowns in China." And just today, he's seen quoted again from Wedbush. He puts out a new note saying, "We estimate that Apple now has a significant iPhone shortages that could take off roughly at least 5% of units in the quarter and potentially up to 10. An absolute gut punch. Apple is extremely limited in their options for holiday season."
Wow. Yeah, I mean, so we'll talk about more about Apple. I do want to dig some more into that. I saw this flying in the chat. Bed Bath & Beyond at all-time lows, down more than 6% today, down to about $3 flat. So obviously not a lot of people doing their Black Friday shopping at Bed Bath & Beyond's over the weekend. I mean, this thing looks dead in the water. There are a few companies that I feel pretty confidently are not going to make it, and Carvana is one of those. Bed Bath & Beyond.
That's another one that's awful. But I know a lot of people were in the Bath and Body Works shopping. I don't know. Are they a public company, Bath and Body Works?
Yes. BBW.
I'll tell you, those people are shopping. There's a lot of people shopping at Bath and Body Works with the new in Black Friday and new discounts. That company could survive.
Yeah, Bath and Body Works actually did really well during the COVID markets. Partly just because everything was doing really well and people wanted to find a cheap stock or something to do, but also because of how many people were going there to buy candles and whatnot. MD saying went to Bed Bath & Beyond, awful and horrible service. Yeah, and I don't know what it is with it's almost like a sports organization that once it starts going downhill, it's kind of like, I feel like it's like the team morale, like it starts, and it kind of comes from the top down, right? Like I wouldn't be surprised if kind of and we're talking about Bed Bath & Beyond now, not Bath & Body Works. I know that's on the screen. And this is all me just speculating. I have no clue. I'm not a Bed Bath & Beyond expert, but TLDR, if you need some context, basically, this thing got meme stocked back in February 2021, went up to about $53, big short squeeze. But hey, the thing had high short interest for a reason. Bed Bath & Beyond business model has basically kind of been antiquated and old business that has not been doing well. And as a result, the stock's been selling off. And basically my point is just, I think from the top down, if you've got, say from the C-suite executives seeing that things aren't going well, whatever, and then that boils down to the regional managers, and that boils down to, the clerks and the people stocking the shelves, and then those are the people that are interacting with the customers. Like, it's this whole thing. I'm not saying customer service is the issue here and why the stock is down there, but it doesn't surprise me to hear that the company's struggling, say, with inventory problems, demand, tried to grow too fast, and now also customer service problems. Yeah, Jay Rice, we were just talking about Elf there for a minute. You've got a few different cosmetic names. Ulta Beauty, I also love, at all-time highs right there. Wow. All right, so you've got Elf and Ulta making new all-time highs. Any other good little Estee Lauder not doing as well, and I think we've kind of seen that across the board here, Nick, where you've seen kind of if you've got two competitors, the one that's more cost friendly, the one that has cheaper options, has been holding up better. Another example of this, Target versus Walmart. Walmart stock has been holding up better than Target. So maybe, and this is just speculation, maybe that's because inflation is really hurting people, and people are now forced to kind of cut some corners and say, okay, I would normally go to Target, but I'm going to go to Walmart now. It'll be a little bit cheaper.
But I mean, too, going back to the Black Friday sales, I don't remember seeing anywhere else besides Walmart selling a 65-inch TV for $220 some. That is the biggest thing I've seen, because I was at Target over the weekend and we were looking at TVs as well. And for a 65-inch, they wanted like $389. So it's either you're going to get two competitors and one is going to come out on top and one is going to be fallen into some kind of hole because they just can't keep up. Walmart, on the other hand, if I had to pick between a Walmart and a Target, it's hard because I have two Walmarts near me and a Target. Our first option is we normally go to Target. It's rare that I say, come on, let's go shop or look around at Walmart. We normally go to Target, but you also could go to Walmart too, because they have a lot of items too that are much cheaper. So really, these are two competitors that it's really hard to choose from.
Yeah, I know, 100%. And I do think, I think Walmart is doing a better job of, I think, offering, more range in terms of its products, to where, like, if you want to go to Walmart and you want to spend some money, there will be, some options there. And Target, kind of vice versa, is doing a good job, I think, of putting some affordable options out there. I mean, Target has its own, generic Target brand stuff. I forget what it's called, market something. And yeah, you can go buy that stuff there. Like, I think Walmart and Target are becoming more and more similar over time, if that's the point you were making.
Yes, they are becoming similar, but it also too is for the deals, because a lot of people are trying to get out and about and shop for Black Friday deals. For deals, you have to go to Walmart. I don't really think Target has deals. I mean, they do, but I think Walmart has the bigger deals because the TVs went quick at Walmart. At Target, people are shopping all over the place. People were shopping in the food section, not really in the tech section. A lot of people were shopping for clothes, Christmas decorations, beauty section, jewelry section. So it really all kind of depends what you're looking for, and you have to see what is being targeted in the other stores, what is going quicker and what is trying to get the most attention.
Yeah, I do think, I mean, so Target does definitely have some deals, probably not to what you're seeing at Walmart. Jay Rice is saying my Walmart has a much better food department than Target. I think Target, and I could be wrong here, but I think Target has kind of made a national effort over the past, say 5 years or so to become more of a grocery store option for people. Because I think like you could always go to Target for snacks and stuff, but in terms of having fresh produce and things like that, Target was never really the place, and they've kind of started to change that. But I think it's one of those things where, like, only certain locations have been updated for that. So it wouldn't shock me to, Jay Rice, that your local Target might be a little bit behind the ball food-wise compared to Walmart. But either way, I mean, Target here, I mean, the stock's, interesting. It's always interesting. Walmart stock, obviously doing a little bit better than Target stock, but still, I mean, look at Target stock. This was a $270 stock back in December 2021. You're down to 164 right here. I mean, I really do think, like, if you've got some cash that you're trying to deploy, and for a while, I'm not saying, okay, buy Target for the next 2 weeks. I'm saying, like, if you wanted to buy Target and hold it for 5-10 years at this price point, I would say, yeah, I do not mind that at all. And that's not investment advice. I'm just saying what I would do if I were, like, if I won the lottery today, Nick, and you asked me if I wanted to buy some Target stock with that, I'd say, sure, why not? It's kind of cheap. It pays a decent dividend. And the company will most likely be fine, right? Like, I'm pretty confident that if I hold this stock for 10 years, that in 2032 or wherever we're at, Target will still be around, right? It's not going to be like a Carvana where people are talking about it going bankrupt.
Right, and I believe the Carvana near me, believe it or not, there was a report on the local news last night that the Carvana near me is actually shut down because it wasn't following PennDOT safety regulations and it wasn't following rules. So the Carvana near me, and I think that's the only one, there could be another one near me, but the one down in Washington County near me is actually shut down for right now. It just goes to show you that Carvana is not doing very well in these operations, and they have some business models that they really need to fix. And could they fix them? Yes, but are they? It's really going to show how much money they're going to need to spend. We know that I think they were part of the people that laid off of hiring, that laid off employees. This company, I would not recommend going into Carvana. Target and Walmart, on the other hand, sure, be my guest. Go to Target and Walmart, spend some money, because that's really a company that you're going to find a lot of items for.
Yeah. And then let's go back to Apple real quick, Nick. So we mentioned this kind of Foxconn, the protests in China. Where do you think, I mean, what do you think, like, the next big, is that what's going to be the next big thing that's going to move Apple stock, is what's going on with China? Are we going to wait for Black Friday numbers to come out, or is it going to be about holiday sales in general? What are you watching with Apple here?
Well, I really think the big news today, why Apple's down, is not only because of the protest, but Bloomberg was out with a report early this morning, around like 1:30 in the morning, that they said Apple will see a production shortfall of nearly 6 million iPhone Pro units due to unrest at Foxconn's Zhengzhou plant. So it really goes to show that at this point, Bloomberg or CNBC, Benzinga, anybody is really just going to look for Apple, and it's going to probably be either shortfall on iPhones and the protests in China. But let's be honest, Aaron, people in China probably don't even know that protests are going on, because CNBC has reported multiple times their reporter Eunice Yoon in China has actually been censored, has actually been turned off in China anytime they talk about protests, anytime they talk about that the Chinese government doesn't want to hear. Eunice has been censored and has been silenced before. We also learned over the weekend, BBC journalist over the weekend was beaten and held by by Shanghai or China police, matter of fact, and he was released. But it really goes to show you that China is not messing around when it comes to protests, that they're going to come find you anyway. And there was reports early this morning, or I shouldn't say early this morning, there was reports from CNBC's Eunice Yoon. She said on the air too that Shanghai police have begun checking for foreign apps, Instagram, Twitter, etc., on citizens' phones. So really, this really goes to show you that China is not messing around, that if you're in China, if you're a reporter, if you're a journalist, or you're some kind of person on TV, be careful. Like, thoughts and prayers go out to the people in China, because they're being censored. They're being, anything that's going to hurt them or hurt their business it's happening. I mean, she was on the air on CNBC for a while this morning, but in China, she was not. She was literally censored. It had the screen that come up. Sorry, we cannot continue airing, or sorry, this program will be continued. China has some serious problems, and I'm not really sure if it's going to be fixed within the near weeks or the near months ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, I think right now there are a few different, kind of geopolitical situations that people are watching right now. Of course, in Iran, you have protests going on from, women's rights leaders, and in Brazil, you had protests after the election. In China, in Russia, you have Ukraine situation. So you kind of have all these things going on right now. I don't know if there's like a way to statistically, objectively, quantify how much geopolitical madness or unrest there is going on right now. But I'd venture to say it's a little bit higher than normal. Now, you might think, okay, that's the time to kind of, stay in cash and stay quiet because, you want to wait for some of these things to blow over. But I think historically it's really been the opposite. Your returns are the best when you're going in and investing during some of these quote-unquote crises. So, again, there's so many things going on, and it seems crazy because there is a legit war going on between Russia and Ukraine, but it seems like, at least from a market perspective, that the China thing could end up being an even bigger deal. And I don't really know why. Maybe it's just because of our how big our trade relationship with China is.
It could be, but I mean, Aaron, me and you are probably censored over in China right now, because as soon as I mention Chinese protests, they probably turn the TV off and says, oh, we're surely not watching these bozos talking bad about us. So we're probably censored in China too. But it really goes to show you that all of the different geopolitical events that are going on, Iran, Russia, Ukraine, even now OPEC too, you could be saying OPEC is getting involved because the OPEC the production cuts too. They're getting involved some way or another, because if they do something that Russia doesn't want, Vladimir Putin could do anything. It really goes to show you that geopolitical events are not only hitting worldwide, but they're even hitting in the U.S. here too, because of everything that's going on.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got China situation. You've got, like we said, Russia, Ukraine going on. And then here in the U.S., of course, too. I mean, things, people, what do you think right now, is the biggest, one of these issues that people are watching? I mean, I think the Russia-Ukraine war is kind of the obvious answer because it has so much oil implications. But here, I just saw this from... So this is from a U.S. Chamber of Commerce. A complete loss of access to China's market for U.S. aircraft and commercial aviation services would create U.S. output annual losses up to $51 billion. And that's just specifically with the U.S. aviation industry. I'm basically saying if there is some sort of big fallout with China-U.S. trade relations, it's going to have ramifications throughout the economy. And I think we're going to do our best to try to avoid that.
I'm not exactly, that too, but I'm not exactly sure if world leaders come into the world leaders talk, President Biden talking with Xi Jinping. I really don't think that meeting that they had a few weeks ago meant nothing, because we're not seeing peace in China. We're not seeing peace with Russia's Vladimir Putin. We're not seeing peace in Ukraine. We're not seeing peace in Iran. There is so much going on that here in the U.S., we're not only worrying about them, but now we're always worrying too about the Fed, inflation here. There are so many problems worldwide that literally, if you made a list and trying to find the top 10, it would be changing drastically each and every day, because a new issue would somehow pop up and you wouldn't be able to take your mind off of it.
Yeah. Jay Rice said that's probably all Boeing. Yeah, I mean, the U.S. air industry. Where is Airbus a U.S. company? I don't even know. Let's see. You mentioned
we are getting some Fed comments if we want to move to those, because that is moving the market just a little bit. We're getting comments from from Bullard, from Williams. We're seeing crude prices rising. So I don't know, where do you want to start? You want to start with Bullard comments, William comments?
Yeah, let's go to Bullard comments, and I'll go ahead and just bring us to our advanced news feed here in. So it looks like we've got a few different Fed comments. Let's start with Bullard. Fed's Bullard says on pace of hikes, I defer to Chair Powell. It doesn't matter that much in macro terms how quickly we get to right level. Most importantly, we need a sufficiently restrictive level, and that is well understood by financial markets. So basically, like, he's saying it's not enough to just raise rates, or even the pace of the rates or how fast that doesn't even really matter. The point is that you just need to get rates high enough to where it constricts monetary policy, it constricts growth to the point where inflation really has that impact. Because to raise interest rates to have an impact on growth and inflation, you got to get them up to a certain certain spot, right? It's like it's not like it's like if you had a kid and you're going to a roller coaster park and you got to be 48 inches. And last summer you went and they were 40, and now they're 45. You're not going to say, "Oh, well, you're closer to it. Now you can go on the ride." No, you need to get to that level. And so basically, Bullard is just saying we have not gotten to that level yet. That is well understood by financial markets, and I don't think it's really clear to Bullard or to Powell or to anyone else what that level is. But the fact that we haven't seen inflation kind of hop off a cliff, haven't seen it come down really. We have seen it stop rising, which is good. But I think a lot of these Fed people are getting just fed up, no pun intended, with the fact that inflation has been as sticky as it is.
I mean, no, they are literally fed up because now we have Bullard on the wire saying FOMC needs to get to bottom end of 5% to 7% range. This dot plot in the ranges that they're trying to give from day one of inflation is absolutely absurd of them trying to predict where inflation is going to be. I mean, Bullard, first 250 basis points of tightening was just getting to neutral. Goal is to have 2023 as year for U.S. disinflation. Situation calls for much higher interest rates than what we've been used to. But I mean, having his other Fed member says, "Oh, wait a minute, we're not going 75 here in December. We're going to go 50, and then that's going to backtrack us. Then we can do 25, and then we can start cutting." This man is saying the complete opposite of what we've been hearing.
Yeah. So again, we had a couple different Fed comments. You had Powell, and then you had Williams. You want to go ahead and pull up President Williams' words?
Yeah, Williams is really on the wire here, and I mean his comments I think are the most moving. He says the U.S. central bank has more work to do to lower inflation. Inflation remains far too high. Will take time to move down. Expects U.S. jobless rate to rise from 3.7% to 4.5 to 5% by late 2023. Inflation to cool to 5 to 5.5% by end of 2022. 3.0 to 3.5 by late 2023. And he goes on to say that the inflation fight could last into 2024. He says that the policy is already cooling demand and reducing prices. He continues to say, and he just reiterates literally what people are trying to say, we're trying to cool, but I mean, for him, it says, William, baseline outlooks doesn't see a recession for U.S. Fed could lower rates in 2024. How high Fed goes with rates depends on the economy, and Fed will need to maintain restrictive monetary policy for a while.
Yeah, I mean, nothing what you want to hear as an investor. What I will say is, I mean, there's this idea of jawboning as a power, essentially, that the Fed presidents have. And jawboning is basically just referring to, basically saying things that you mean, but you don't really mean, maybe. And so here's what I mean by that is if Powell and Williams and Bullard or all the Fed presidents came out and said the truth, the markets would probably respond well to that, but they don't want to do that. They don't want to say, "Hey, we're willing and going to stop interest rate hikes as soon as something." And they have said something like this along the lines, basically, that if something does break in terms of the housing market, or that they're weighing or that they basically said there is a risk of raising rates too quickly, too fast. But basically, my point is that if Powell or the Fed in general says to Wall Street, yeah, we're willing to kind of hop in here and or we're not willing to, or we're willing to hop in here and stop the rate hikes if we're needed to, the market might respond, well, they don't want to do that. They're going to want to seem as hawkish as possible so that the market doesn't go up 3-4%, because that only hurts inflation. So they're going to say they're as hawkish as possible. But my point is that if something really, shit hits the fan, the Fed's not going to sit on their hands like they did in 2008 and say, okay, we're going to let, X go under. We're going to let this. They're not going to do that. Their whole framework, the Fed's whole economic framework post 2008 financial crisis is how to avoid a situation like that. And how you avoid a situation like that is being quick to offer stimulus, to offer help when needed, which is what we saw the Fed do in COVID, which honestly was the right call. And the Fed did well during COVID. Where it didn't do well was kind of keeping rates as low as it did for as long as it did after COVID, when the economy for what we saw was really starting to come back. Kind of could have started doing some quarter point raises there some point in there.
Right. I mean, the Fed too, they have been playing this hoppity scotch game, because this Fed dot plot that they have really isn't a plot, because every time they say something, all of a sudden you start to see the little dots move up, and then they all of a sudden, oh wait, we're going to move down. But now all of a sudden we hear from Bullard and Williams that inflation is not cooling. Inflation is going to continue to maybe last into 2024. I don't really see how they're going to be cutting rates in 2023. I really don't see how they're going to lower their basis inflation of trying to raise interest rates by 50 in December and 25 and then starting cutting into next year. Just because one inflation report comes down doesn't mean that inflation is coming down, period. If I'm not mistaken, food prices, the Wall Street Journal reported over the weekend, food prices are still higher by like 20 to 25% since COVID. So even though everybody's saying inflation is coming down, if you look under the surface, there are specific indicators in specific areas that inflation's not coming down. And these Fed speakers can continue to come out and say one thing after another, but on the complete opposite. Really goes to show that the Fed has no idea how inflation is moving. The Fed does not know how to really control it, because back in the early COVID or early pandemic days, they issued some kind of caution like, there's no way inflation is going to be this high, or there's no way we're going to be raising rates into 2023, 2024, and 2022. Now, all of a sudden, it's the complete opposite. They are raising interest rates. They're continuing to raise interest rates. Inflation is above their expectations. The dot plot is above their expectations. They don't know what is going on. It's like they are sheltered in a home and they're not out experiencing it or finding some way that inflation is coming down or inflation is going up. They have no idea what is happening. And it's sad to say, but because everybody relied on the Fed really at this point is just jibber jabber, trying to move markets, trying to calm investors, trying to create some pandemic response, saying we know what's going on, we know how to do this. In reality, they don't.
Yeah. Jay Rice is wondering where you got your jacket.
I got this at Macy's, believe it or not. Thanks. Macy's actually. So, Macy's and JCPenney's are the best way to shop for jackets, because the designs and the different items that they have is very well compared to others. But no, Macy's, I got this jacket this year for a wedding I had to go to.
Wow. I'm seeing Stock Market Hustler asking about GDP, saying, will GDP be going to be positive? If so, will market be green this time as opposed to last time? Let me know your thoughts. So Stock Market Hustler, one thing to remember right now is that I think we're still, unfortunately, kind of in this good news is bad news camp, and probably will be for as long as the Fed is hawkish. And what I mean by this is, so basically the GDP is negative. What that means is that it will essentially increase our likelihood, or it'll look more likely to investors that we're in a recession or heading toward a recession. Now, the worst things get from the economy standpoint, the worst things get as far as like the closer we get to a real recession or the higher the probability looks, that means we're way closer to the Fed having to pivot. having to force to get less hawkish, to potentially even get dovish, because the Fed can only stay hawkish until that recession hits and hits hard, and then the Fed will have to get less hawkish. So what I assume happened last time, if the market was really down on a positive GDP front, was it was one of those things that we've seen with job data, the JOLTS data, and other things, is that the market is basically just saying, oh, the economy is doing well. Well, you know what that means? That means the Fed can keep rates higher for longer, and that is not good for investors. That's not good for stocks. So we'll be watching. I'm not saying we should be rooting for a negative GDP, because I'm personally in the camp that I do think I don't even know if it's all semantics at this point. It depends on your definitions. I still think a softer landing is possible than what I think a lot of people out there kind of point to. Like, I think there is a way we get out of this high inflation environment, not without pain or whatever, but just without some sort of like serious 08 type recession. There seems to be a lot of people out there that think the only way to get out of this 8% inflation, whatever, is to like purposely engineer and cause a recession through interest rates. And I firmly disagree with that. And I think we have data out there that disagrees with that as well. I see Easy Mike saying Tesla up on the day is a head scratcher. Nick, what are your thoughts?
On GDP or Tesla?
Sorry, yeah, I gave you two questions. Go with what I was talking about first, GDP, and then Tesla if you want to.
Well, GDP, I actually have the app. I really think it's a good app, the Atlanta Fed GDP Economy Now app. In this model, I have to tell you, Aaron, I have never seen this model continue to go up as it is. But the latest GDP was from November 23rd. They say for Q4 is 4.3% up from 4.2 on November 17th. There is a lot of data and there's a lot of speculation as how accurate is the economy now from the Atlanta Fed GDP forecast. But just to see that they're forecasting Q4 to be 4.3% is just astonishing. And, you know, I believe we do get another update this week, Wednesday or Thursday. I can only imagine where we go from 4.3. From what the data has been showing that inflation is coming down, it's not out of the question that this could be up plus 5% very shortly.
Yeah, I mean, it truly is kind of a crazy time right now with so much uncertainty up in the air. Let's see, stock market hustler saying, I think the market might rip before Jay Powell talks, then tank. But that's what I always expect. I don't think we really have any idea what the market's going to do after Powell does or doesn't talk. But Nick, let's see, what else do you got on your radar? Let's see if we've got any questions from the chat. If not, I'll let you get going soon. I know it's on your day off from school. I want to make sure you got some time to yourself to enjoy that as well.
Well, remember, Aaron, I'm an intern too at Benzinga, so we're working with Slack, working on the social media team as I've been putting out some tweets. But no, I really do think too, for the Tesla front, I put out a tweet this morning from the Benzinga team, from the Benzinga account, and there was some news out of Tesla this morning saying that they were revamping the Model 3 for production starting Q3 of 2023. It was Reuters citing sources. New Model 3, codenamed Highland, will focus on redesigned interior and reducing costs. It really just goes to show that Tesla and the Elon Musk saga is all over the place, and Elon is still trying to focus his attention on 5 companies, I think 4 or 5 companies, but in the Tesla front, he's continuing to do what investors, what users want. As we saw FSD, the full self-driving beta, the full self-driving thing is now released to all users. It really goes to show that Tesla is trying to, I don't know, come up with some new way and try and beat its competitors, Ford, General Motors, and others, to see what really what really happens. But no, this news saying that they're revamping their production and trying to revamp things really goes to show that they're trying to put their full time into this and trying to be the dominant EV maker.
Yeah, and okay, so, you know, we see Tesla up about 3%. We got a whim up here on Benzinga Bro. Tesla shares are trading higher following a report suggesting the company is working on a revamped Model 3 vehicle, which could reduce costs. So, I mean, I've been kind of an outspoken critic of this over the past. Is futures better, boys? I don't know what that person's saying. Oh, trading futures? I never trade futures. But anyway, what's SCO? That's not Southern Copper. Oh no, that's crude oil. as CCO is Southern Copper. Anyway, Tesla, I've been kind of a critic of this for a while, that basically the models, the bodies of its cars haven't really changed over the past 3-4 years, which eventually like customers are going to get ticked off about, right? If you bought a Model 3 4 years ago and you've put 80,000 miles on it and you want to buy a new one, and it's still the same exact car, you're gonna be like, what the heck? Like the computer inside might be a little bit newer, a little bit faster, but the actual model, the body of the car itself from the outside looks the same. So the fact that they're updating, I think, is good. The fact that they're trying to put out a car at a lower price point shows me that maybe the cheapest car they have right now hasn't already been flying off the shelves, or I'm not quite sure. But the other part about this too is that one of Tesla's strengths is that it has a way higher margin per car than most car companies, which means that it's able to produce cars essentially for cheaper than other car companies, partly because of how it makes its cars with its molds, its similarity and like curved parts. It's this whole thing, but long story short, basically, I'm worried that even small tweaks on the model will have kind of like big OPEX, operation expense implications, and basically cost a lot of money to even make minor tweaks on the body of the car.
And that's true too, but we have also heard too in the first days of Elon Musk taking over Twitter that Tesla engineers were in the Twitter headquarters meeting with Twitter engineers. So I'm not exactly sure how that's going to play out with trying to have Tesla engineers with Twitter engineers trying to do some kind of coding. Believe it or not, it could be that Twitter engineers working on a car, somehow you can tweet from like a Tesla and it will say like Twitter from Tesla or something, with the engineers and the different engineers trying to code in different things. It's going to be very interesting to see how Tesla pulls through and how long Elon Musk remains CEO of Tesla.
I don't know. I've kind of been on the board that I don't think Elon is going to stay as the CEO of Tesla, which actually that take is now picking up more and more steam, but you can go back and look at the show. And what I need to do, Nick, is this might be a good intern project for you. I need to go back on the show and find like little like 5-10 minute clips we've been exactly right about something and just clip those out to kind of, not even to boast, but just to kind of use that as promotion. Be like, hey, this is why you should be watching this show, because we said, this about crypto 6 months before this happened, or we said, this about Elon Musk not being the Tesla or the CEO of Tesla anymore, and then it happened. So, actually, that hasn't happened yet, of course, but it does seem like if I were a big Tesla investor, like Nick, if I had hundreds of millions of dollars in Tesla shares right now, I'd be like, what the heck is this guy doing? Like, he's talking about making a new phone now. He's talking about this. He's talking about that. Meanwhile, Tesla's stock is down. Let's see. I don't know. It's down, 60% from its highs? Let's see. Highs in November 2021. Down 53% from its highs. So I don't know. I think you're right that how long is Elon Musk going to be the CEO of Tesla is something that, more people start asking.
Or be the CEO of Twitter, because there's that talk saying that he's not going to remain CEO for Twitter for a long time. But it really goes to show too, Aaron, he's been tweeting a lot over the weekend, not even just the weekend, but he's been tweeting a lot recently. And he tweeted a picture from on Saturday night that said slides for my Twitter company talk. And some of the things that it says, like Twitter 2.0, it says like new user signups at an all-time high, hate speech impressions are lower, Twitter 2.0 everything app, advertising as entertainment, video, encrypted DMs, long-form tweets, relaunch Blue Verified, payments. And he even says that I think, he tweeted out early Sunday morning, I think I see a path to Twitter exceeding 1 billion monthly users in 12 to 18 months. It really goes to show that even though he paid $44 billion for it, he's putting his heart and soul into this company as well, like every company.
Yeah. It's just at some point someone's, ability to be able to do multiple things at a high level is going to run out. And basically what I mean by eventually, as great as Elon Musk might be, or as smart as he is, or as hardworking as he is, or as much access as amphetamines as he might have, like eventually you're going to take on too many roles at too many places to where even if you're present, even if you're on the calls or whatever he needs to be, like you're not going to be, 10 out of 10 making the right calls and everything and probably overlooking some things. So I would say it's a matter of time. It's a matter of if not when, a matter of when, not if, some of these things kind of start boiling to a head and people start being like, all right, Elon, like pick between Twitter and Tesla, or pick between, the Tesla and Boring Company, or Tesla and Neuralink, or Tesla and, not basically all 8 of these things at once. Pick a couple and focus on those, and then trust the smart people you hire to help run the other ones.
Well, that's like any company too. I mean, I saw Benzinga I was looking at jobs at Benzinga because there was a pop-up to come up that they're looking for I think a chief financial officer, CFO. I mean, maybe in the next week or two, we could be hearing news that Aaron is like the new CEO, the new producer reporter from Benzinga Live is now the CEO or the CFO of the company. Anything is really possible in this environment. That really comes to show how this environment is working. I mean, we're just getting headlines from Disney now saying that CEO Bob Iger says that Disney hiring freeze will stay in place, and he says that Florida tax district is an important to company. He says that he tells Disney employees he's committed to inclusion. He's really committed to this company now that he's back. It really goes to show that in this macro market environment, any changes at any company is possible, and any changes at any company is cited as good, because we saw the stock up because he was coming back as the new CEO, as returning CEO. That company literally rallied on that news. So any company that is public that is getting a new CEO from any new company, or is the new CEO returning, really goes to show in this environment that stocks could rally, that it's going to probably be good for the environment for such a while.
Yeah, I mean, and you're right. I think that this market environment is crazy. The way, job turnover has been crazy, not just, in any particular industry, but it seems like everywhere right now, people are kind of moving around, taking different jobs, et cetera. So, Nick, have there been any, I'm trying to think of a good way we can kind of wrap up the last 12, 13 minutes of the show, something more fun. What would you say, like, we mentioned some of the hottest gifts on Black Friday, but are there any things, maybe among the older, like your high school friends that you've started to, maybe like, even if it's just like Nike, like people are super into Nike still compared to Adidas or whatever. Give us some trends from what's going on at the local high school. What are the business trends from the local high school?
iPhones. There's a lot of people in my high school that are upgrading their iPhones because for our newspaper that we actually just launched a month ago, because it was the end of the quarter, I actually wrote an opinion article talking about the new iPhone 14, and there was a lot of people after that article was published that actually traded in their old iPhone for the new iPhone. So it really goes to show that iPhones are good. A lot of people like to go shopping, like new shoes, new jewelry, and really it all depends to movies. A lot of people like movies too. I've heard that movies that premiere at movie theaters, or they buy on the different TVs, Apple TV, Roku TV, Peacock, Disney Plus, whatever streaming subscription or streaming service they have, movies are now a new pop hit. I'm not that interested in movies, so I try and stay away from that column. But for me, it's talking about and going out to different shopping events, different businesses to see how I can support them, and just monitoring from a reporter or an intern's perspective, trying to report on the new segues of trying to lead of what's going to happen in the future, or what stocks or shops that are really popping. And so Black Friday really brought that out, showing that Apple is a big one, Lululemon is a big one, JCPenney's, Macy's, that a lot of people are out and about and are trying to shop for new items that could be for newly homes, for new furniture, new technology, or just for themselves, new jewelry, new iPhone. So little gifts or big gifts in some cases could go a long way.
Yeah, no, I love that, and I think too, like you said, like iPhones, like it's just that will be like, Nick, come to me. I don't know, you probably won't be in high school at this point, but I'll have to find a new. I'll try to figure out how to make this sound okay. I'll have to find a new spy like in high school or something when once you're out of high school, because I want to know when that trend starts to kind of fade, because I don't know. Maybe it is one of those things where it's like a Ford or something that just becomes such a staple of American culture that in 40 years I'm buying my grandkids iPhones for Christmas still. I don't know. But I do want to know if eventually, like, say a high school class out of 100 kids right now, 95 of them have iPhones. I want to know if that starts dropping to like 85, 80 out of 100 kids I have iPhones. I want to know that, because that's going to be a sign to me. But like I said, I mean, I think there are some things, there are anomalies. I think most things get really popular and then they kind of come out of popularity. And I think, with iPhones, it's already kind of bucked the trend of like the longer, what is that law? Lindy's law basically says the longer something stays or basically the longer something it survives, the longer you can expect it to survive. So essentially, like a sport that's been playing for 500 years, you can expect it to keep playing for a very long time. Whereas a sport like spike ball that might be 10 years old, you can't have that same expectation that it's going to last a long time. So the fact that iPhone has already now been, by far, at least in the United States, the top smartphone over the past 12 years and hasn't really wavered is a good sign if you're really bullish long term or iPhone's like future.
Well, I even say that too. We just actually had a school-wide event too right before Thanksgiving break. We normally do like a turkey bowl, some kind of fun day, and everybody there's a lot of people that requested spike ball. That's another one. Cornhole, basketball, dodgeball. So there's a lot of the high school activities that you played in middle school that are traveling with you to high school, because there's a lot of people, or I should say, there's a lot of middle schools that whenever you graduate, they have like that partnership or something like, hey, once you're done at this middle school, you can go right up to this high school, and a lot of you stay with your class. Like me, I think I had 25 out at my middle school, and when I went to high school, I stayed with over half of my class, and we got more students in from another middle school into my class into the high school, and then we're all together, and we just continue moving up along the line, and we continue, like, we eventually know each other, like what we like, what we do after school, what we do for different events at school, like what our interest in. Spike ball is one of them, I'll say. Dodgeball is another. So it's a lot of these middle school games that they played. Now we're traveling into high school, and will that always be the case? No. And will that always be the theme? Like, hey, we're going to do dodgeball for this event, and we're going to do spike ball for this event. Is that always going to be the same? No. But in this environment and how you are together with your class and who you're with, it could be.
Yeah. And actually, I'm curious now who makes spike ball. I wonder if that'd be a good little. The other thing too. I don't know if you've noticed this, Nick, and I know you're in like Philly area, but pickleball has gone absolutely berserk in terms of growth, in terms of really, like, it's been kind of a big bubble in terms of like PE and VC funding, like a lot of investment. A big, private equity firms are like pumping a bunch of money into pickleball. Do you have friends in high school that are playing pickleball right now?
I do not, but it's very rare that I say, hey, or I hear anybody say, hey, let's go play pickleball. But the local news near me actually just did a story. It was a CBS affiliate too, because there's so many different TV networks here in my area. It was a CBS affiliate. KDK actually in Pittsburgh actually just did a story on pickleball and how it's revamping, how it's bringing people back, and how it's, believe it or not, I never even heard of pickleball until that moment. I never knew what pickleball was, how you play pickleball, what pickleball was, like the environment, what you used to play. But now it sounds interesting, but I don't have any feelings that I'm going to say, hey, Aaron, because there is a possibility, Aaron, that I have not shared with anybody yet. I've been chatting with some of the Benzinga team members over the past few weeks, but it is a very good possibility that sometime in the new year, I will actually be at Benzinga HQ for a few days working, and could be joining you on the show in person. So
I would love that, Nick. That would be a treat.
Yes, there are some details that I'm trying to work out with my schedule, my work schedule, my dad's schedule, who's going to be bringing me, and then the Benzinga schedule. So there's a possibility, Aaron, that I could be actually at Benzinga HQ in the new year for a few days and actually on the show in person. And maybe, hey, we can play pickleball right in the area, and maybe Jason will probably yell at us. But no, I don't play pickleball. Do you play pickleball? That's a good question.
I have with my family. Like Jay Russ says in the chat, it's more of an older person's game for those who can't move, like platform tennis, which makes me really question the kind of growth I don't get the invest. If you look into, I don't know. Like I honestly, like there's something, I might do some like real investigative reporting on some of the money flowing into pickleball, because it makes no sense to me, Nick, because I think with a very little amount of due diligence, some research analyst or someone could tell you from looking at the game, looking at how it's growing, looking at the nature of it, that yes, this is growing in a lot of popularity in neighborhoods and retirement communities, and old, not old, but say like 40 to 50-year-old couples are playing with each other and loving it. But there's not a lot of money there, right? You go buy a couple $40 paddleball paddles and some balls, and that's it. It doesn't cost any money to play. Like, courts are there. You go out there. I mean, people might buy clubs. People like Kevin Durant, 35 Ventures, all these things are buying pro pickleball teams. Now, here is what I would implore. It would behoove some of these people to do this. Go watch a professional pickleball game. What you'll notice is it's not very enthralling. It's not very fun to watch, which makes me think, like, what is going on here? There's no growth aspect for the pro game, right? Jay mentioned platform tennis, or I think he was talking about paddle tennis. Pro paddle tennis is quite literally 10 times more fun and exciting to watch than pickleball. And I've played both sports, and frankly, I like both sports. I'm just saying in the playing aspect of pickleball, I don't see how this would be the huge cash cow, why there are millions and millions and frankly probably billions of dollars flowing into from the VC PE space. And I really wonder, like, is there some sort of, is there more to the story? Is there more to is there some sort of like weird money laundering thing going on here? Because from a purely investment opportunity, it does not make sense. You can go, I'll pull it up right now. I'll go pull up a video of some people playing pro pickleball. And it's just not like you can't watch this and then tell me, we'll go to the top 10 pickle points of the year, that this is more exciting even than literally ping pong. I think ping pong is faster paced and more exciting. Actually, these are probably gonna be pretty cool points. I'm kind of excited to watch this now. Let's skip a little bit into it. See, even at the highest level, it's a lot of like dinking. It's not very fast.
So slow-paced.
Right, it's a very like touchy finesse game, where in tennis you get a lot. So this is literally the best, one of the best points of the season. I'm sorry, I just don't see this becoming like a multi-million-dollar industry of people watching it. So if it's not going to become a multi-million-dollar pro industry from people watching it, then why are multi-billions of dollars going into it? I don't get it. Like, the idea in economics has always been that, capital will flow to the efficient allocators of capital. But my point now is that if you've got private equity and VC firms putting any money into this, that is not an efficient allocation of capital. They would have been more efficient allocating that capital buying lottery tickets. Literally, I think.
Just watching that video makes me want to like go to sleep, because that is not like, it's not very fast. To me, that's not even interesting, because just one mistake, you're basically like, you don't have really much time to react, because you're in so close distance, where tennis, you're farther apart, and in ping pong, I could say you're farther apart. For me, pickleball is just not my thing. Maybe that could be my new.
Well, I'll take you. I'll take you to play when you come up to Detroit, Nick. But it was really curious to me that you were like, yeah, I'd never even heard about it till I saw that news story. That like shows me like that. I really do think for something like pickleball, for something like that, if you're looking at its growth, you really want at least some of that growth to be happening among teenagers, among young people. If something's only growing among people that are 25 and up or 30 and up, that's not that as attractive as if you have something that's growing among young people. And I mean, from a clear, lifetime of a consumer idea, you can see why companies would rather capture the market share of a 15-year-old than a 30-year-old. They've got more years to spend money. So the fact that pickleball doesn't seem to be growing, at least in your anecdotal evidence among young people, would be a big red flag to me.
Well, I was gonna say I don't know any teenagers, and I can't. I have a lot of friends. I don't know any of them that said, "Hey, Nick, let's go play pickleball," or "Hey, let's get a group and let's go schedule a pickleball tournament." I'm gonna be honest. I've never even heard of pickleball, and I've been around for a while. I live in an area where there's tennis courts, there's basketball courts, there's volleyball courts near me. I have not had one person that come up to me and said, "Hey, let's go play pickleball. Let's go see how good you are at pickleball." It's either tennis, basketball, volleyball, or ping pong, or something else. Pickleball is not in the top 5, I would say, of activities that teenagers do. Maybe not in my neck of the woods, but that could be a good article saying, how many teenagers in a high school that has 150 to 200 students know how to play pickleball? Or do you know what pickleball is? I don't know if many people would say, "Hey, I know what pickleball is," and "Hey, I have played it before."
Yeah, I agree. Well, I saw someone asking about thoughts on disc golf. I would see disc golf as very similar to pickleball in the sense that even as the sport grows in terms of people that play it, I don't know how much money there is there to be, really made. And I can kind of, especially too on like the pro circuit level, right? I know there is some sort of pro disc golf circuit, but the question is, does having a few hundred views on YouTube or whatever, like what you're going to have, it'll probably be pretty similar, honestly, for like the disc golf national championship versus the pickleball national championship. Just a few thousand people watch on YouTube, like nothing that profitable. I don't know why there are millions of dollars going into this from the VC PE space. I'm going to do some digging on it. We're going to do some reporting. But Nick, unfortunately, it is 1:01 p.m., which means we are starting to. I see Mitch getting mad in the back. I don't know if he's getting mad. I'm not talking trash on disc golf. I like disc golf, man. I like pickleball too. I'm just saying I don't think there's money to be made there. I wouldn't be investing in the space. Because I think most sports out there that are profitable are making money based on like TV deals, on people watching it. Disc golf, pickleball, not really that fun to watch. I'll stick to basketball and football. But Nick, thanks again for hopping on the show today. I'll drop your Twitter in the chat. You go back to school tomorrow?
Unfortunately, yes. But then only less than 2 weeks until Christmas break. So I will be joining you back here for Christmas break specials.
Woo!
Yes, I'm so happy. But no, it's going to be exciting to not only be here in Pittsburgh, but joining you virtually. But I'm trying my hardest. I'm trying my best here to see when I could be at Benzinga headquarters, and we'll be joining you on the show in person and working in person as an intern. So going to be looking for more details on that. But seeing Aaron in person is going to be like an awe moment. It's going to be like a moment that needs filmed.
I love it. Well, I'm excited too, Nick. It will be a great time. We'll make your visit to Benzinga even more special, even more exciting than your visit to the New York Stock Exchange. I can guarantee you that. But Nick, enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your day at school tomorrow. And a couple weeks when you're off for holiday break, Christmas break, we'll have you back and looking forward to it.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, everybody. Have a good one.
No problem. And I've got that Twitter in the chat. News_by Nick. Downtown Nick Brown. You got to give him a follow on Twitter. He'll be back on the show soon. All right, 1:02 p.m., 2 minutes running over. We got to keep it ticking. I'm going to play this promo real quick for our FinTech event coming up in December. You got to be there. You got to be square. When we come back, Money Mitch will take it away, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow, just a day away.
All right, team, let's go ahead. Let's get towards the stock market movers. I'm excited to be back, excited to be here with you guys. So let's get right towards the action. There's a lot going on. Of course, we had Black Friday sales. We'll talk about that. That's coming up here in just a few minutes. And then, of course, we'll also be getting into some talk about what's going on right now. Looks like China stocks heading down. And then, of course, Apple getting hit hard there, of course, with the China news. So we'll talk about that. Now down to 144.90. You guys were watching on pre-market prep. We talked about, could this potentially be a short for Apple? Looks like it's played out pretty good here. Energy stocks also under pressure. We'll see if they continue. It did get a little bit of a bounce in the afternoon, now holding up above the VWAP. We'll see how these oil stocks hold up. Pinduoduo. We'll take a look at Wynn Resorts and some analysts look out there. And of course, at 1:15, we got our guest, Zingeroo's CEO, Zoe Barry, as we'll look into cryptocurrency. We'll talk about what happened today with BlockFi. Find out right here, Stock Market Movers. I'm your host, Money Mitch. Let's get right to the show. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. What's going on out there, traders? It looks like it's a red day today, and definitely seems like we got that classic 945 turnaround in the market. We talk about this level all the time and how it holds up today, right around after that 945. Boom, right back down there and starting to come back down and leaking towards 397.90s. We'll see what's going on in the overall market today. Definitely looks like we're battling to get above the 400. Every time we get above 400, we get a quick little pullback. We'll see if the 90 EMA holds this time. I have a feeling it might not, and we could be going back into a tight range between 400 and 390s. I think we're going to be battling there for a little while. We'll see what happens. And yes, another one bites the dust with BlockFi. We'll talk about that with our guests coming up at 1:15. We got Zingeroo's CEO, Zoe Barry, and we'll also take a look into Zingeroo. So we'll be into that. That's coming up at 1:15. Let's get into some of the big news on the day. Of course, everyone was doing a little Black Friday shopping. So let me know in the chat. Put a 1 if you did any type of Black Friday shopping, whether it be even Cyber Monday, if it was today. Just throw up a 1. I know I would be included in that. I did make a little bit of a purchase, bought that little bat that you see back there, and didn't go crazy on spending, but bought myself a little gift here, and I would like to see if you guys bought yourself a little gift. Looks like Spartacus did, so definitely join in. Throw up those 1s or 2s if you didn't buy anything. Put a 2. All right. Well, as you guys can see, consumers spent a record $9.12 billion on online shopping during Black Friday this year, and it was up 2.3% year over year. Now, one concern, of course, is the buy now, pay later. We've been talking about this. We talked about this last week with stocks that could potentially have a disaster story. We talked about Affirm, one of the leaders of the buy now, pay later situation there. And so buy now payment increased 78% compared to last week, and the revenues were up 81%. So is this a good sign or a warning sign? That's what you have to maybe ask yourself for the consumer out there. And I think that, one of the things that I've talked about when I was mentioning about the story of Affirm is what type of consumer is really using these buy now, pay later kind of schemes. Well, a lot of those are going to be people that probably have some lower credit rating. And so it's going to be more of a riskier kind of loan to put out there, right? Well, I think that this is clearly showing us that the consumer is really getting strapped for cash. And yes, they've been able to get around inflation for so long because we had that extra savings, of course, extra liquidity that was put out there, whether you think of the stimulus bills or the Fed putting out liquidity. But that's all changed now, right? That's slowly coming to an end, all that extra savings. And now you're starting to see the consumer really starting to go for these kind of schemes of buy now, pay later. And I think a lot of this is what a lot of people can't probably pay the full price right now. So they're trying to, pay it out monthly, seeing if they can get through this holiday time and, of course, get through the wave, right? The wave is a negative wave right now for the consumer. The question is this going to run into, of course, the Santa Claus rally? Is it going to ruin the Santa Claus rally? All questions that are valid right now for investors to be asking themselves. And I'll ask some analysts this week what they think about what's going on now that we're seeing these buy now payments kind of increase. Of course, you can take a look of a firm. I was wondering, would it get the lift on a mention like this? And it did spike right out the gates, but then really quickly came back down. That shows me more concern even then, because if mentions like this of increased payments are not giving them the lift that we expect to see, what is put into the stock price here, to me, it's uncertainty. They're unsure of what's going to happen with this business, and pops and drops like this show me a lot. We'll see what happens on the daily chart. It's down to 1268. Will it come back through 14, or will it come back through this November 9th low of 1194? We'll see what happens there on stocks like Affirm and different stocks that apply the buy now, pay later shopping. All right, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there? Forget Santa Claus and the rally. Jesse, on a 0% loan, the way that it works, though, remember, these are 0% loans if you pay it up. But if you miss the payment days, the interest rates can really increase dramatically. And I think that the problem here is not necessarily that it's a 0% loan. It's that they don't pay it back, Jesse. At least that's what I'm seeing out there. But of course, feel free to drop your opinion there. All right, let's keep going. We'll get towards the next model, the next stock here. Let's go towards Apple, as definitely Apple's taking a big hit here with, of course, the China lockdown. Let's go towards Apple, and we can take a look at the stock. You guys can see here, I was looking at the 150 to see if we were really going to start holding up, coming back towards the resistance from Friday the 18th. And no, we couldn't make it to there. 1, 2, 3 attempts to hold above the 150. After that, we came back towards the support, broke the support today. Looks like we're heading right back down there towards the 140 and the support. Now will be a question is, if we get through 140, will we take out these lows that we have on the chart, low around 134.59? That's what I'm going to be looking at now. Let's go towards the intraday action. We actually got to pop up towards the open. I was actually looking to get into Apple on the short side, but I was looking for more of this move back towards 146.81. It got close to there, got towards 146.64, then started really coming right back down towards the lows, broke the lows of the pre-market. Now you're getting towards this low here, 144.77. You've hit it once or twice. We'll see if we eventually get through there. 144.75 is the low right now. We'll see if it takes that next leg down. Of course, Apple's getting hit with the rumors out there that there could be a 6 million fewer iPhone Pros with the protests that are erupting in China over the recent day over new lockdown and, of course, COVID-19 restrictions. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens truly in Apple. You guys can see on the daily chart, we've tried plenty of times to get back above that 150. This failing right here goes to show me that this is starting to look weak, and I'd be careful with the market, because remember, what dragged us down is usually what led us back up. Well, what led us back up was a lot of these bigger stocks finally catching a little bit of a bounce, like Amazon, really more like Microsoft. You can see it here in the Microsoft chart, how we caught this bounce recently, and we did bounce up. If these start to really getting hit back, right back towards those lows, we got to be careful, because the market will probably follow the leadership. Tesla is another one, right? Major leader that's been getting hit hard there. We got to keep in mind what happens to these leaders. Now, energy stocks have been really under pressure lately in the pre-market also because of the prices of going down. But as you guys can see, XOM is still trying to come back here. It just seems like every time it gets hit, it gets a push right back towards the upside. It's not only XOM too. We can take a look at like a stock like Chevron, right? Getting a little bit of a bounce back and trying to make its way back. These stocks haven't broken their daily support. They just broke through it and tested it multiple times. We'll see if it eventually breaks through those supports or will it come back through resistance. Seems like these are not stocks that you want to be caught in on the downside. But of course, right now, it looks like we've tried to go through this 115 multiple times. We'll see if we're able to make our way back there on XOM, as it's been a tough day for oil today, but getting a little bit of a bounce back towards the close. We'll just have to wait towards the end of the day. All right, getting out of energy stocks, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there? How we doing, OP? Kenneth, what's going on out there? Jay Rice, SI, looks like they lent some money to BlockFi. Yeah, I honestly, I've talked about SI and I've done my research a little bit further in that one. That was the one that I jumped on with Bank of America when they started calling it short. So I couldn't see it wrong in that sense. MSTR, those are all definitely concerning kind of crypto stocks that I would be worried about. But like always, you guys make your own investment decisions. Let's get out of the energy stock talk. Let's go towards an earnings stock. Let's go to Pinduoduo. And in a minute or two, we should be joined by our guest, and we'll keep moving forward here. Let's go to Pinduoduo PDD, right? PDD got the lift in the pre-market, but didn't go anywhere into the intra-market. Did still get a little bit of a bounce, but it's just been hanging out here on the VWAP. One thing I'll note, though, is the hourly just going sideways. That's not a bad outlook. It can eventually keep going. Stocks that you guys should follow in this area, stocks like JD, stocks like Baba, right? But Pinduoduo beat pretty good on the EPS, $1.21, 65-cent estimate, beating that by almost 60 cents there. So sales at 4.99 beat the 4.31 billion estimate. So Pinduoduo still still finding a way to beat and a beat there. JD was the one that I liked this morning based on the daily setup. Let's go to the daily first. You can see the daily talked about this 48.33 level. Would it hold? Would it get back up above there? Looks like we bounced right near that level, 48.36, starting to come back through the 50. Did get a little bounce right out the gates, pulled back now towards his 50. Doesn't look too bad there, especially if PDD is going to stay into the green. So I would keep watch on these stocks. Doesn't look too bad today. Baba making a very similar move. And a lot of this on Pinduoduo earnings. We'll have to wait what happens in Baba. All right, let's keep going. We'll take a look at one more stock before we get towards our interview. That's going to be, we'll get towards Wynn Resorts. Let's take a look at Wynn Resorts. I've been talking about Wynn and been looking at this as an opportunity here to see what's going to happen in, of course, Macau, right? We've heard today that there's some new lockdowns. How will that affect these stocks? Well, of course, they got a push this morning, actually, as they received some license for gaming concession in Macau. And you could see that gave it that lift. I feel like this is going to eventually turn around, though, if we're going to continue to see lockdowns affecting China. But for right now, Macau, definitely in Wynn, coming back now after it was really kind of a red tape this morning. We'll see how this closes. LVS is another way that you can keep close watch on this. You can see Las Vegas Sands sold off also, starting to come back. We'll see how these casinos go ahead and respond. All right, we're going to get out of Wynn Resorts. We're going to go ahead and get to our interview today. Like always, smash the like button. That's what it's all about here on Benzinga. It's getting to, of course, the experts that can keep us in the informational edge. So we're going to get out of LVS. We're going to go ahead and talk about some crypto action. Of course, you guys have been mentioning in the chat about what happened with BlockFi. And, of course, we can also take a look at maybe Silvergate and, of course, MSTR. But let's get right towards our interview today and dive into a little bit of Zingaroo with CEO Zoe Barry. All right, let's bring on Zoe Barry here. Welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
Excited to have you on. Of course, it's seems like today we can't get away from any kind of crypto news hitting the tape. And so today, of course, we get the next one to hit the tape here. Looks like BlockFi filing bankruptcy. First, what did you think about this BlockFi situation as a cryptocurrency lender? And then we'll get into a little bit more about FTX. But welcome to the show, Zoe.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. So I think it was something that was anticipated, unfortunately, for a little while. I think people were just kind of wondering when it was officially going to be declared. It's always sad when you see a great company stumble and fall. And I had some I was supposed to meet the founder in a couple months. So I'm really curious to get their take on everything that's happened. They, of course, don't know that we were supposed to meet. So it'll be a surprise for them when we connect. But it's really hard to build a company, right? I've founded a couple of companies. I know that you go through a variety of ups and downs. And then I think, when there's turmoil, you see how companies actually behave. And certainly some companies come out with better reputations than others. And some founders go on to build new companies and have really strong future track records. And I think that will be interesting to compare to FTX and SBF.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it seems like, is any platform really safe here? That's the questions that we start asking ourselves. Do you think that we'll see some more aftermath continuing to come from the FTX situation?
Yeah, so I was talking to a crypto founder yesterday at a Art Basel dinner networking event, and I think certain coins are going to be in for some painful days ahead. I think we're going to see a bunch of digital assets that are wiped out. But I think fundamentally, you're going to see certain strong companies move forward and progress. And we've got some cool announcements that we've got coming up, some partnerships that we're teeing up. And I can say, specifically on FTX, we looked at working with them, and I'm so glad that we did not, because we happened to launch crypto on the day that FTX melted down.
Yeah, tough timing there, but definitely was probably a good one that you didn't get towards that partnership there. But let's talk a little bit more about Bitcoin overall and your aspects of it, Zoe. So, of course, how do you see it overall as an investment?
Sure. So maybe you can give some context for your listeners on Zingaroo specifically. So Zingaroo is an investment platform. We launched with equities, options, and ETFs to start. We pioneered investment competitions. So we launched leaderboards and investment competitions that you can enter and you can win real money prizes. And it was really the demand from our users that made us move forward and add crypto to the platform. So now we encompass everything. And the idea is that you'll be able to enter investment competitions and potentially win crypto in the future, maybe even win NFTs. Who knows if NFTs are still around a year from now. But when I look at it, there's certainly certain assets that are stronger versus others. I have to be very careful. I can't talk specifically about any one product. I have to try to avoid that since we do own a broker dealer, and so that would be frowned upon in the compliance world. So I can't recommend any one specific token or product or security, but I can talk broadly about what I'm seeing in the markets.
How's this one? What type of use cases do you see down the road?
So a couple months ago, I think some people, and that this is like before crypto started melting down, I think you had some people that were all in on crypto and thought crypto was the future. And then you had some people who felt that crypto was very speculative and didn't have fundamentals. And when I think about Zingaroo, what's really fun about Zingaroo is when we launched these investment competitions, we saw that same thing happening with meme stocks. And when we launched leaderboards in January of 2022, everyone was talking about meme stocks and investing in meme stocks, and then they were all at the bottom of the leaderboards. And people who were in SQQ or in energy stocks, they were all at the top of the leaderboard. And so you started to see, companies that really were able to survive in bumpy markets. Fast forwarding, now we've got the same sort of shakeout that's going to happen with crypto. And I think you're going to see with investment competitions, you're going to be able to see performance on what assets are actually performing in someone's portfolio, how weighted were they in their portfolio, and where is somebody ranked on the leaderboard. And I think that'll be really educational and informative for people who are trying to figure out what the heck is going to happen in crypto.
Yeah, it seems like there could be a lot of Zingaroo education coming in the future from that data. But let's talk a little bit more about the social competitive trading app. It's definitely a fun aspect towards it. Of course, how does it work? Are there some prizes we can win? You mentioned maybe potentially winning maybe even like an NFT or something. And could you set this up with like a group of friends?
Yeah, so great question. So Zinguru, we host the investment competition. So you open an account, you go through the KYC, AML process. So it's all real. You're opening up another brokerage account. And then from there, we host competitions ourselves. So you can enter Zinguru competitions. And in Q1, we'll be launching the ability for you to host your own group and compete against your friends. So you can set the parameters for that. We offer two different mechanics right now for investment competitions. One is portfolio, which is your entire portfolio that you enter. And the other is, pick 3 or pick 5. So you can pick a selection within your portfolio to compete. Our whole concept is share data, get data. So if you share what you're holding in your portfolio, you're going to see how your portfolio levels up against your peers. And then we have premium investment competitions where you pay a fee to enter, and then you can win real money prizes on the back end. So we're going to be doing a tournament for Q1, so I'll tell you more about that. But to start, you win ETFs, and in the future, we're going to be launching, you can win crypto assets and hopefully NFTs.
Seems interesting there. Definitely. As you can see, my little fantasy trophy in the background there. I'm all about the fantasy games. So this sounds interesting to me, Zoe. We're going to have to talk about this. Maybe a little competition here.
Yeah, I would love that.
I'm excited, but definitely one of the things that I love about this is that we can definitely learn from this. Like you mentioned, where we should maybe have some higher concentration, what we can learn from people that are able to win in these competitions versus the people that, unfortunately probably blow up their accounts. So that they can learn from those mistakes and also learn from the winners. Yeah. Are there going to be a way that we can look at, let's say, what was in those winning portfolios so that we can learn from those?
Absolutely. So when you enter the investment competitions on Zinguru, which we call zones, you see the leaderboard. You can click on someone's profile within the leaderboard and you can see what they're holding. And then we have partnered with a company called QuiverQuant. So if you have seen a stock that you've never heard of before and you're curious about it, if you add the QuiverQuant subscription on Zinguru, then you'll be able to see deeper cuts of research around that. Just anecdotally on my end, I was trading stocks that I knew. And in about, I'd say February of this past year, I was in a competition. I dropped in a Snapchat call. I was up 425% in a Snapchat call. I was really proud of myself. And then somebody else dropped in a 1,300% return on an Exxon call. And I came from Wall Street. My background, I worked at a hedge fund, and I was pretty intimidated to invest in energy stocks because the people I knew who invested in energy, that was their entire career, their entire focus, decades of experience. And so I ended up sharpening my pencil and researching the energy sector. I don't trade options in energy yet, but I have invested in several companies, and I can say that I was up 44% last week on Exxon. And so that was a really good investment for me. And that's the power of share data, get data, and the power of entering those investment competitions and learning what investment strategies work in current market conditions.
Definitely. This is also what this show is really about, is trying to highlight and point to different areas to get investors to understand what they can learn from that and have an informational edge, right? There's nothing like information and having data and then using that to make our own investment decisions. Appreciate you joining me today, Zoe Berry, and you guys can check out Zinguru. Go ahead and download it today. Seems like a fun experiment. We're going to have to try it ourselves. Have a good one, Zoe.
Thanks. Thank you for having me.
All right. Take care. All right. Let's go ahead. We'll get back towards the stock action, but does seem exciting. I'm going to have to check that out, especially maybe for our live trading show. We might have to do a little bit of that with Zunaid and Ryan. But let's get back towards the action. Let's take a look at the overall market right now. Looks like we're trying to find a little bit of a bounce. I'm going to go to a 5 minute so we can see here a little bit more of the bottoming action that we're seeing right now. You can see here on the wick, we're holding around the 397.58. Maybe you can bring that down to 397.50. We'll see if we get a bounce back towards 399 or we keep coming on the downside action. Definitely this started getting this hard hit with the BlockFi mention. That was right on this candle. I still remember it while I was in live trading. So we'll see if we're able to recover that candle at any point today. That's going to be a very important price point to go ahead and recover. That's going to be back towards the 400. If we can't do that, I'm going to keep looking at us as leaking back towards 390. And it could be that we catch this trend line, right, on the hourly, right, where we come back, let's say maybe towards 393 or 394s. But I'm at right now on the hourlies. Let's keep looking for maybe us to recover 400. If not, it's looking like we're going to probably be on a slow leak. We'll see what happens in the market. All right, let's go towards the next stock. We can keep going through some the next headlines. The next one that we'll get into, of course, let's talk a little bit about Biogen. And it looked like this one's a little bit of a harder trade here because it is getting a little bit of the buy the dips moment here from Biogen, as it did get a little bit of a push up. Now pulling back and hitting a resistance, finding some support around that 290. Let's talk about what happened today. So there's two stocks really that are affecting this. There's two catalysts that are affecting it. Let's talk a little bit about that. First one up is going to be one that came out from Science.org, where Science.org reported that a woman participating in the trial of the experimental Alzheimer's treatment recently died. And so this was the second death linked to the potential antibody treatment of Alzheimer's disease. And so one of the things that we've been looking at is, does this start to question about its safety, and will this continue getting hit? Well, it didn't help that AXSM today, Axum Therapeutics, and you guys can see this stock had a really nice day, even continued into the open. This company reporting today a phase 3 trial, Alzheimer's disease, that it met its primary endpoint, and that was a phase 3. That actually hurt Biogen, and then the next news hit it even further down. So I'm wondering, is this a buy opportunity on the pullback, or should we be looking at companies like AXSM? Well, I think that you keep looking at these bigger companies to look for some pullback because they've had a great month, right? I think that this can still pull back some. Biogen could pull back here towards around the 280s and then catch the lift. One thing that I'd be looking at is like a weekly chart on a stock like this, because the daily chart seems like it doesn't have much daily volatility. It's going to be more moving off of bigger time frames. So I would like the weekly or the monthly chart outlook to make sense. And it looks like the monthly chart outlook looks really good. If we can get a pullback towards the 284, towards the 280s, it's going to hold the resistance and look for another takeoff. We'll see what happens there in Biogen on the pullbacks. All right, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there? What do you guys like today? Looks like someone's talking about Home Depot in the chat. We'll definitely get into certain stocks from you guys. We'll take some stocks from the chat coming up. It's about 1:31. We got a couple more headlines to get through. And then, of course, we could take stocks. HD, Home Depot. I'll have to take a look at that one. Not a bad one to keep in mind. Let's go towards the next headline. The next headline is going to be about JP Morgan doing a double upgrade on Anheuser-Busch. All right, let's go towards Bud as it getting the lift today. Let's see if it continued here. Let's go to the 15-minute. You guys can see here in the pre-market, it did get the spike, but towards the open, pulled back. We'll look to see if it gets that spike eventually. I like the 1 hour pullback here to hold. That's towards 58.09. Maybe you're holding it towards 58. We'll see if it makes that move to 59. And of course, the analyst stated here that the reason why they liked Bud is for the attractive valuation at 14.6 times 2024 price to earnings and 8.3 times EV to EBITDA. So not looking bad on an attractive fundamental outlook. We'll see if this can really get moving. TAP is another one that I like here. We'll see if this can get that nice little pullback and then eventually get the push. You can see TAP's been pushing here. And on the monthly chart, you can see that it's been trying to catch support around the 50. Eventually, I'll be looking for a nice little push above 60 on TAP. This is not a bad one to keep in mind. And of course, if you're looking at these, maybe you're watching Sam's also. So Sam Boston Beer has made a couple of runs before. Now pulling back to the support. This actually looks interesting off the 380s. We'll see what happens. Maybe 370 as the risk there on Sam. Looks interesting to me. We'll see what happens there. JP Morgan also stepped up to the plate with another rating, and when they went and did a downgrade on First Solar. So if you're wondering why First Solar is down today, well, there you have it. And look how it came down in the pre-market, came down at the open, and now starting to even come back there. We'll see if it's able to hold this 170 as resistance and start coming back down. It's been a really good time for First Solar. They've got a lot of rating analysts that have given it the lift. Now the question is, can it hold this trend, or will it break this and come back through the 160, going towards the 150. We'll keep this one on watch. They did raise the price target in this one, though, to 190. And that's the interesting part there. They're calling it here on a downgrade to neutral, but it still has more towards the price target of 190. That's a little bit of a tough outlook there by JP Morgan. We'll see what happens there. All right, let's keep going. You guys in the chat, what did you guys trade today? Let me know what's the ticker that caught your attention. And as we get into Disney today announcing some news. Of course, you guys can see Disney got hit hard there towards the open. And it looks like there was a conversation here with Bob Iger as he was telling his employees that the hiring freeze will stay in place. He also acknowledged that Disney's focus must shift towards making its streaming business profitable. So focus on that, right? We need to start looking at what's going to happen with Disney Plus. How can they get it to profitability? I think that's something to focus on. He said he'd rather concentrate on that than simply adding subscribers. So subscribers might not be the focus. Who knows? Maybe they stop even giving subscriber numbers. That's one thing that is mentioned from, of course, Netflix, that they don't want us to keep mentioning the subscriber focus. So they're going to move towards more the profitability focus. Looks like Disney's trying to do the same. Looks like we might be getting a hint towards what the focus might be in these streaming stocks moving forward. And it could be another reason why Para was getting the lift last week, right? Is it going to continue the lift? Today, turning back around towards the downside. We'll see eventually if this can get through 20 after a big push. Got through, now coming right back down there on Para. All right, we'll see what happens with these streaming stocks. Is this the right move? One thing that he also mentioned about Disney is that they wouldn't be pursuing any major acquisitions in the near future, saying that he was comfortable with Disney's current set of assets. So I think this is one area that we need to keep watch to see what happens there. That rejection today, not a good one there. I wanted to see if Netflix was going to hold. If Netflix was going to hold, then maybe we could get Disney to push. Netflix pushed right out the gates. Now coming right back down. With Netflix can't go, I don't think Disney will go. So I'm going to just keep watch on that. I like Disney this morning. Didn't hold up there and pulling back really quickly towards the 96. All right, let me keep going. Let's go towards the next stock here. Let's get towards some stocks from the let's go to what was hot and what was not, right? Let's take a look at the sectors and the industries that moved today. You guys can throw up stocks. Energy is the only thing into the open. Oh, you got some defensive slightly up there from the open there that started to come back up. Will this keep holding, though? That's the question that I think we need to ask ourselves. XOM just going sideways right now. We'll see if it eventually picks a direction. Seems like they keep picking the direction on the overnight action, and we get these big swings in these oil stocks. So just be careful. In the intraday, they don't seem to be moving much, but we'll see what happens there. Energy definitely still up from the open, but you can see here a lot of red on my sectors. So overall, things still into the red here. Let's go towards defensives. That's the next leading sector towards the upside, only up about 0.6%. What is up here? You got the Brewers. We just talked about them. Bud, Tap, right? Those are the ones that we were taking a look at. Ambev, Sam. Well, keep those on watch. We'll see what happens there. Food distribution getting a little lift here. One stock that I've been talking about, SYY. This is one that we started taking a look at as it makes sense there on the daily. This is making new highs, right? New highs on the year. We're going to look to see if this can make a new high going through 90. This doesn't look too bad on a recovery here. On the weekly, nice little PEs. We'll see if it gets this through this trend line here and eventually breaks through going towards 90. SYY, a food distribution stock. Another one that you can look at in this industry, I was going to look at USFD. And you can see here on the weekly, this has gotten strong lately. Daily has it pulling back. We'll see eventually if these can keep going. UNFI is the last one that I would call out in that area. And this also, nice little setup here on the daily. Look at this little setup here. It makes sense here. Longer time frame, you go on the weekly. And you can see here how you can have another trend line that runs through here. There's one trend line that runs through here. And there's another one that you can have that runs through this area here. And it looks like we're trying to get through that one. So it doesn't look bad right now. I'd keep this one on watch. You can see it, the daily right there. Will it get through the 47, get towards the 48s? Doesn't look too bad there. And UNFI. Disney needs to stop catering to the 1%. Yeah, Pam, we'll see what happens there. We'll see if Bob Iger is able to get control of Disney and really start knocking them dead there. Walmart continuing towards the upside. Target continuing as it got the little push after their earnings. So this doesn't look too bad there. DG, Dollar General reporting earnings. So keep this on watch. They reporting earnings on Thursday. So don't miss that. Dollar General definitely one to keep on our radar right now. I've been looking at Ollie. Ollie's another one that we've been talking about. Would this get the lift? This one didn't seem bad. It had a nice retracement. Now starting to come back there. 62 doesn't look bad there. You guys can also keep watch on some value names. Pepsi, Coke. How are those continuing? Well, they are continuing to lift. Remember, Coca-Cola's earnings was down here when Pepsi's earnings came out. Look where it's at now. That's a nice 13% lift in a name like Coca-Cola, right? Those are names that have low risk. But when we're going to value, these are names that we want to keep on our eyes, right? UL, another one, Unilever. Look how this has been pushing lately. I do expect to see eventually a nice pullback on this. We'll see if we get the opportunity. All right, let's continue going. What is in the red today? Real estate getting hit hard, but this is just an area that I just see just battling around, right? I don't think it's going to be going anywhere anytime soon. It's going to be Fife. I'd be looking for maybe a gap fill on Lennar and then eventually making the move up. Not an area that I trade too often, real estate. Let's go to basic materials. That's the next leading sector to the downside. What's getting hit hard? Silver. Why is silver getting hit hard? Well, a lot of that probably, if you just take a look, DXY has been pushing strong, right? The dollar getting a nice lift. Well, that's going to go ahead and affect silver on the downside. PAAS, AG getting hit hard today. That's also going to affect gold. Gold pulling back today. You can take a look here at GOLD. Nice little pullback. We'll see eventually if this holds its pullbacks and then eventually gets a push. But for right now, it is on the pullback. Specialty chemicals getting a pullback today. It seems like all basic materials got that pullback. Even coal. Coal today, I was looking at BTU. I was like, well, is this going to make its way back? Yeah, it made its way back. Essentially from the open, this isn't looking too bad. But we'll look to see if it can actually close a day into the 30s. We've been talking about this one for a while. Still feel like it's setting up for a nice move. We'll see if it eventually gets that breakout. AMR, another one to keep on watch here. I do like this move, especially if you get that BTU breakout. We'll be looking for maybe AMR towards 180. It was not a bad one to keep watch. CEIX, another one that I gave last week, was going to look for the push through this trend line. We drew this on when? We drew this on November 7th. And now we're looking to see if it can get that lift through there. You guys can see it's starting to push there. Can we get the nice little lift now starting to hold 70 on the pullbacks? You can see here on the 15-minute, we're starting to get back above the 70. Doesn't look too bad. Draw a trend line here for myself. I'll be looking for pullbacks towards the 69.80s. We'll see if we get those pullbacks. CEIX, coal trade, Santa's coming to town, guys. Industrial metals and minerals pulling back. LAC, yeah, big pullback there for Lithium Americas. Will this be able to hold or will this flush down? See what happens there in LAC. All right, let's go ahead. Let's keep going. We'll take a look at some of the stocks that you guys want to take a look at coming up here. Financial services starting to pull back. We'll see what happens on these stocks as JPM starts pulling back here. Goldman Sachs starts pulling back. Will these start to give up the lift? There's been a big run lately. We'll see if these really start to give it back. Bank of America also in that category. All right, taking stocks from the chat now. I'll see what you guys are looking at, and if you guys got one, throw it up. Now's your chance. All right, Gevo being brought up here. I'll take a look at this one. All right, Gevo's a cheaper stock, specialty chemical. Don't blame you for being in that area, right? Let's go towards the weekly, see where we can maybe find the bounce. Looks like we just keep coming down right now. Next levels to watch for bounce are towards the support of 165 and 170. Where it looks like we're right off of $2. This could eventually get the lift. And it's gotten a lot of volume on this pullback. Now we just need to see it get back above and change the trend. The trend's just been on a pullback. It needs to get kind of that lift and actually hold there. You can see here when it gets the spike, it's done about 3-week lift and then pull right back down. Right now, it's fighting the $2 to come back down towards support. We'll see what happens there. Who says Santa Claus is coming to town? He doesn't even exist in real life, says Kenneth. Shh. Don't tell the kids, Kenneth. Don't tell the kids. All right, we'll see what else is going out there. Let's go to Best Buy, as that was a kind of a Black Friday stock, right? We saw that the electronics actually got bought up. It wasn't bad for electronics here. You guys can see they were battling for the up move there. That's why I think you got that nice little lift last week. Eventually, I think this lift kind of gives up. Maybe we get to 83. How much further do we got on Best Buy? I feel like this has been a gift, but we'll just have to wait and see, right? We'll see if Best Buy brought the gifts, and then if they start getting the downturn. All right, we'll see what other ones are getting a push. IC says OP. I'll take a look at there. It's a biotech stock trying to make that next level up. This is one of those that I feel like it's running off of a deeper time frame. When you see like daily charts and they're just so tight, like this one's really tight on the daily chart. You're just going up about $1, right? If you see the average true range on this on the daily, you have a 1.35. So this doesn't move much on the daily. But if you go towards the weekly, it moves about 3.55. So you're looking at 3.5 points there from the breakouts, right? So I'd be looking at those 9 EMAs to kind of hold the pullbacks right now. 9 EMA around 2038. And so that's a 9 daily one. You can see here, you got back above this kind of resistance, started holding it as support. Now let's look for it to really kind of come back and take out 2367. Doesn't look bad here on IC, and definitely building up some volume. Really needs to get back above, but look, not a bad looking chart right now. All right, Man U. I know a lot of people have been talking about this one. I played this one on last week, and I got a little lift. I didn't get all this lift. It's up there towards 2189. Eventually, this one might turn around, so just be careful what you guys see there in Man U. It's continued to lift. Now, how much higher does it have to keep going? GeoEV. This one looking for a reversal sign. You'd want to get it through 125 first. That's definitely going to be a good close on the daily. Volume has it going up, so not a bad volume there. One that I like here for a reversal too is maybe a Fisker eventually. But for right now, look, it can't even battle back. I don't like these right. I mean, maybe we get a little bit of a holiday rally, but Tesla's the one that I'd also keep on watch, right? It's trying to come back. It gave a little bit of a lift today. Will it actually come back, though? I think those are questions that we need to be asking ourselves in this area. All right, let's keep going. There's a couple more in the chat that I'll get through, and then we'll wrap it up here on Stock Market Movers. All right, let's get towards some different stocks. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look here at some of the bigger healthcare names, how those are doing. Drug manufacturers, Merck going up today. Lilly still getting the lift. Pfizer still getting the lift. It seems to me like these just don't want to go away. They just keep getting the lift, and a lot of this is the P8 outlook. As you're seeing Johnson & Johnson back there towards 176. This was pretty down there at the beginning of October, has made a nice run, Johnson & Johnson. We'll see what ends happening with these. Pfizer trying to come back to a long trend line. We'll see what happens on Pfizer. Can it start making the lift finally through 50 and then getting up there to 55? This is not a bad one to keep on watch, especially if they can get some good catalysts. We'll have to see what happens there in Pfizer. All right. We'll see what happens on that Hartford Healthcare. Kenneth, I'm not going to talk about it right now on the show, but definitely it could, who knows, maybe get that Santa rally, right? We'll see what happens there. SCO is crude, ultra short. Not a bad one to keep on watch, right? I actually like some of these. I use more of the drip than the SCO, but let's take a look at drip, right? Drip starting to come back around. I actually like this one a little bit more than that SCO. That SCO seems like it's coming down a little bit tighter with the crude futures. I think this was tied more to futures than it is to stocks. And I do think, yeah, that's you're talking about crude futures here. So Not not seeing that lift that I would thought you would have got. But another thing is you closing the gap. Look, when you close the gap and you go back into the price action of the prior day, and then look to see if you get the lift above that price action, right? So you got some support around 26.60 is acting as resistance. Can you get back through the 27 going back towards 28? Doesn't look too bad here, right? Tied towards WTI futures. There you go. I don't use this one too often, but thank you for kind of filling that one in. Honestly, one that I might take a look at more often since it's tied to the futures. And I think it could get the lift eventually. We'll see what happens on WTI. This is not the WTI that I was looking at. I was just typing it in. I don't know. But we'll see what happens there in SCO. Can it get the lift there? Now hold the 26 on pullbacks, come back up through. Let's go to the daily chart. Daily chart has a nice 200-day right below it. Look for that to kind of hold. That's the 26.16. If that can keep holding, you're not looking too bad. All right, we'll take it tomorrow, Kenneth. I got you. If not at the close, we'll take a look at it there. That's an easy Mike's play. There you go, Shannon. I like that. All right, we could take a look also. How's the Valero? How's the diesel stock outlook? We were talking about this one back on this day, and it's kept going. It hasn't made a bad move. It's tried to get towards the high, which is towards that 145, 146 outlook. It's battled here. Looks like it could make another push towards 140, maybe 141. We'll see what happens there. Don't want to see it break 133. That's kind of the trouble outlook on the downside. Valero hasn't been a bad one. PSX, also one to watch. Very similar area, right? What will happen to this one? Holding the pullbacks. These stocks keep holding their pullback. They're not going to look too bad if they can make a run back through the resistance. So that's what I'd be watching there. Will it kind of continue in this ascending triangle and then eventually break out through the 112.72s? All right, last one I'll do here. CRISPR Therapeutics, a Kathy favorite. Let's go towards the weekly chart. This one looked like it was trying to come back. It was even making its way back towards the 200-day. Now it looks like it wants to come back to 50. I'd be looking at monthly charts on this one, and it doesn't look good on the monthly charts. Looks like you tried to come back. You started coming back towards the 80. Now we're going towards the support. If it breaks 50, could easily be back down towards 41. And from there, why not the opening price, right? Doesn't mean that it's going to always hold on here. It's been definitely a favorite, but if it keeps struggling in this environment, I would be careful. Names like this are almost like growth biotech, and you got to be careful on a name like this. Let me see here. I want to see what the PE is on this one, CRISPR. PE I have at, the price, I don't have the PE, but I have the price to sales, and that's at 336. Yeah, that just shows me enough. This stock is still way overvalued. We'll just have to wait and see if this can come back into play. And when you look into the earnings, are they making money? No, they're losing money. And so a company like this, I would be careful in this environment. All right, that's going to do it for me, guys. It's 1:51. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up there. It's Monday. We'll get you out of here. Like always, team, stay up right here on Stock Market Movers, where you guys get the expert opinions and, of course, all the headlines to keep moving in the right direction. We all need an edge, right? Well, this is the place where you get the headlines. I point to the red flags. Then you guys make the investment decisions. I'll see you next time right here. Of course, Stock Market Movers, Benzinga TV, up next at 3:30. You guys will get, of course, at the close with Joel Elconin and I as we take a look at all the market action and what stocks moved, what stocks didn't, and, of course, a look into tomorrow. I'll see you guys on At the Close. Hit the thumbs up. And, of course, check out the Future of Crypto event in December 7th. We're almost there, team. Next week, we're almost there. It will be next week, Wednesday. You don't want to miss it. If you're in New York or just want to take a trip out to New York, take a look at it. December 7th, 8 a.m. Eastern. You don't want to miss there. The Future of Crypto. Check it out, team. All right, team. I'll see you next time right here. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you at the close. Hit the thumbs up. And of course, if you're not subscribed already, hit that subscribe below. Let's get right towards it. Hope you guys are enjoying the market action. Like always, we'll be right here for you. Benzinga up next. You guys got at the close. Still a little leaking. We'll see if we're able to catch that bounce into the close.